he touched, he screwed up.
Right.
All he
the
had
streaming
to do, okay?
right.
You're coming in as the head of a company that literally prints money. It's got more money than God. All you have to do is not screw up.
Right.
And all he did was screw up.
Right.
Everything he got involved with, he screwed up. So to see him gone is a good thing. My concern is, who are the people that picked him in the first place?
Right.
They should be gone too because of how poor a judgment they had.
Right.
Because if they're involved in picking the next successor, you're back in the same boat. So where are you going to go with that?
Yeah. So it'll be, interesting to see. It's 2 years, and a lot can happen in 2 years. And, obviously not as much will be undone, because I don't think
he doesn't have time to.
Right. He doesn't have time to undo it.
He's got to correct the ship right now and
Right.
get it back on course, get a successor going.
Right.
He doesn't have the luxury of going back and retconning all the stuff that Chapek screwed up.
Right. So, again, how quickly things will happen, that will be, left to see, and maybe we'll actually be going sooner than,
there is a
later.
chance, I'll concede the point that there is a chance that we may be going back sooner than I had originally anticipated.
Right, because I even was under the notion, after we were just there in the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go back anytime
It was literally
soon.
the first time I felt I didn't get my money's worth at Disney.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've bitched and complained about Disney from day one because of
Absolutely.
various things.
Yeah, and I agree.
Iger, I was down on Iger for the longest time because I think he was completely overpaid. Now he comes back now, and he was making about 54 with compensation, right? So his compensation package right now is about 24. So he's half of what he was at before, and that's the vast majority of it is incentive based.
Right.
So he's got to do something to turn the company around.
Yeah.
But as much as I was down on him before, you really can't knock him for some of the stuff that he did. I mean, he had probably one of the longest list of accomplishments of any Disney CEO ever.
Right.
I mean, this guy had more wins than Babe Ruth. He was just literally the golden child. And that was 15 years as CEO.
Right.
With a total of, I think it was 50 years or something like that with the company in general.
So. Close to it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he went down, Lucasfilm, Pixar, Marvel. These are all the acquisitions that he made. So it was incredible, some of the stuff that he's done. 2 years coming back, though? I mean, it's amazing how much damage Chapek did in the short time. How long was he there?
999 days, according to a bunch of different people, which,
And he did a lot of damage in that amount of time.
Yeah. And granted, yes, totally understand. Pandemic, that put a lot of strain. But I think that's where you needed to kind of, everybody else is going through all these hard times. Don't put the hard times on something that is expendable, really. Nobody needs to go on vacation. They want to go on vacation. And that should have been where you had, less of a strain. And what he ended up doing was raising prices, for so much of the stuff that it basically became a place for only the 1% to go.
Yeah.
They didn't really care about the value resorts. They didn't care about, the person that, the locals who want to go and escape, a couple of hours a day. They wanted the people who were willing to spend, a week there in their high-end places, the Star Wars resort. Like, that's been...
That big giant middle finger to the fans.
Yeah, really. And you have people that are like, all right, I did it once. I don't need to ever really do it again. Oh, well, and I also...
At those prices, you
and
can't.
I spent $6,000 for it. Like, that's That's insane for when I could go on a week's cruise for that amount of money. Why would I want to spend 2 days in an all immersive? Ooh, where now, you know, they have so much opening where it's like, all right, well now it's this whole immersive thing, but if nobody else is there, who's there? Who are you gonna immerse with?
Right.
Who are you gonna play along with?
Well, and that was one of the problems that they had with the shift in philosophy.
Right.
And that shift in philosophy left people like us and a lot of other people who we've gone down 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Whenever you've conned me into buying season passes. And, whoa, if you go 3 times, we get our money's worth. I get my money's worth by not buying the season passes in the first place. But for people like us, it wasn't practical for us to go down.
Right.
And they continued raising prices 3 times. Now, every year they raise their prices, and it's expected.
Right.
Whether it's justified or not. 3 times this year, this calendar year, they've raised their prices. They just raised them again on the local season passes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
So not only are they raising their prices at an enormous rate, and we're not talking 1%, 2%, we're talking 10%, 13% in some instances.
Right.
They haven't brought back anywhere near the stuff that they had taken out.
Right.
So you still don't get the ambiance. You don't get the experience. You don't even get, like, some of the stalls are closed down.
Right.
You know, when we were there, we went through Magic Kingdom. You've got stalls that are not stalls, but stores.
Right.
Entire stores are shut down. It literally looks like
Well, that
a
was
slum
like when
in Disney.
we noticed it more so in Hollywood Studios, the one backlot area where
Right.
the Little Mermaid show, that's been closed, so there's nothing there. Then they had the little gift shop that was there. That's completely closed. The Playhouse Disney, that's closed. They had a couple of characters, but that was really it. And that whole area used to have a whole bunch of stuff. Then back where the Muppet store was, when you leave the Muppet movie, that's closed. So they have all these stores, you know, and all these areas where there's nothing there. So you kind of walk through and you're kind of like, this is kind of creepy and deserted. And like you said too, Magic Kingdom.
It's like Disneyland, the inner city experience or something, you
right.
know?
And then of course
I'm waiting to see like graffiti on the walls at some point.
and then you have Epcot with all the construction that was going on, which, hey, that's great. But again, like we've said before, you have all this construction and I'm still paying full price
Right.
for things that aren't open and
Right.
things that are closed. Like, maybe you should give me a discount.
Yeah,
Or,
no,
you know,
but instead they're finding new things for you to pay for. Well, you need to pay for your magic bands now. We don't give them to you
Right.
for free. You got to pay for your parking now, which it still blows my mind why you have to pay for parking at Disney.
if you're a resort guest.
If you're a resort, it makes no sense whatsoever to
Right.
me. You got to pay for your refills now too, because we got to chip the cup, and it's like, how many different ways are you going to nickel and dime people?
And then Genie Plus and
that
whole
waste
thing
of
that,
time and effort and money. It's just, yeah. And this is just the parks. This is just how he screwed the parks up.
Yeah.
This isn't even outside of that. The movies and the
Right.
terrible television that they're churning out on Disney Plus now, just to say that they have fresh content.
Right, which supposedly that's one of the things that Iger is, like, okay, we don't need to have a new, Star Wars series every 6 months.
Right,
Or,
right.
like there's too much, let's kind of
Yeah.
turn
We
back.
don't
on
need a
some of
12
that.
episode series of a show that we only needed 2 episodes of.
Right.
So
So,
anyway, the Bobs are back again. At least Iger is.
right. One Bob.
Chapek is sitting on a beach somewhere laughing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he winds up. Like, where can you go after literally nosediving the company for the entire time you're there? Who's going to hire you at that point in time?
Somebody will. I'm sure there's some small entertainment company that would be willing to take him on, or something.
Just to have the name, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, hopefully it gets better.
Yeah.
We're holding out hope.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some Walking Dead. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Walking Dead. So for the longest time, 11 years now, 10 years now?
10 seasons. Well, it was 11 seasons.
10
total.
seasons now, Walking Dead was what's been described as the flagship of AMC. It really was the anchor show for AMC.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It spawned numerous spin-offs already. Finally came to a close.
Yeah.
Very different ending than what the comics had. I mean, the series itself had diverged from the comics quite some time back. I think it's like when I think of series finales, the one that always sticks out in my mind is MASH.
Right.
You know, the number of people that watched that was like record breaking. It was like people around the world watched it. I don't think Walking Dead had nearly those numbers. Why do you think that is? If it was such an important show on AMC, have viewing habits changed? Is AMC not a major player in the entertainment of this type of thing?
I'm not sure because I didn't look to see what the stats were for it ending. But I know viewership over the years had dropped because I actually had friends who were, diehard Walking Dead fans and got to a certain point where it was like, yeah, no, I'm done, and kind of checked out maybe halfway through, the 10-year span, 11-year span of it, and just kind of got burnt out with it, or it got a little too dark for them, with everything that was going on, and they kind of, were like, yeah, no, I'm done with it. And some people kind of
a zombie apocalypse during a zombie apocalypse with COVID. It wasn't the best.
Well,
thing.
And that's the thing. But I'm talking about even before, COVID and things like that. That there were some people that just kind of like checked out. But it was interesting to see the couple of different documentaries that they did, talking about the fans and how a show about, survival and the apocalypse brought families together because you ended up getting people who normally wouldn't sit down to watch a television show together, watching a television show and becoming friends with people online because they were watching it. And that was kind of how you started watching it, because you weren't interested in watching it when I started watching it.
Zombie shows really are not really my thing.
Right.
But it's funny because as I kind of watched over my shoulder while you were watching it, it became very apparent that it was a zombie show that had very little to do with zombies.
Right, because it was really about human survival and human interaction and how
terrible human beings
how terrible we are in a crisis situation, and who rises above, and who becomes strong and who becomes weak, and what skill sets do you have to bring you forward,
right?
How are you marketable, in this new environment?
What's your resume in the zombie apocalypse look like?
Not so good, I don't think. You know, and so that's what I think was kind of interesting, because again, that was one of the things when I started watching it. There was a friend of mine where we would watch it together, and we would text while, you know, like, oh my God, did you see that? Da, 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 da. And then it got to a certain point where they didn't watch it anymore. And I used to watch it, you know, in the living room. And then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and watch it on the big TV. And that's when, you know, you weren't sitting there watching it. You were, you know, on your computer, and you would kind of, you know, you'd look over, and then you finally, you know, sat with me, and you'd ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? You know, and then you decided, well, I have to watch it from the beginning, and you started season 1.
And that was a painful trek, going all the way back to season 1, watching it from season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I think I started watching with you in season 7, I think.
Maybe.
And it's funny because I binged all those seasons inside of, I think, 2 months.
Right. And what was so funny was, you figure it had been 7-8 years since I saw it. So there were things that I really didn't remember, because it was one of those things where once I watched an episode, I never watched it again. I didn't go back and
it's a good thing I binged it, because if I had to suffer through that whole season walkabout with Terminus and everything, if I had to suffer through an entire season like that, I would have stopped watching the show.
And again, I think that you have people who maybe didn't start watching it at the beginning and did what you did and binged because it kept their interest, because they knew, oh, well, the good stuff is coming.
Right.
You know,
well, and then I did the extra homework, and I went out and I read on the Walking Dead Wikipedia
right,
the summaries for every single one of the comics for every edition of the comics.
That was actually, so before. Was it before? No, because I think I started reading the comics.
You were reading them first, because you were reading the compendiums first.
Right, I was reading because I had 2 of the compendiums. So I got up to, you know, the Glenn stuff. So I knew that was coming. And again, what was nice was there were certain things that were happening that I knew about, but I didn't know about, and things like that. And that's how a lot of the fans were, because there were a lot of fans that went back and started reading the comics or had read the comics to begin with and now wanted to see the show. So it was nice when there were things that were different to kind of keep you on edge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the whole Glenn thing where everyone's like, oh, this is when Glenn goes. And then all of a sudden, Abraham goes too. And you're like, what? That?
Well, and, you know, to the show's credit, they didn't pop his eyeball out like they did in the comics.
That was Glenn.
That was Glenn. Popped his eyeball out.
Right. So that's where a lot of people were like, nope, I'm done, because now. But I think that was good, because then at least you didn't have a full blueprint of.
And that was the thing. Like, it was
to watch ahead.
It stuck pretty close to the comics up till that point, and that was where the big diversion started happening.
And that's where you had the divide of people.
You started out with characters in the show that weren't in the comics.
Right.
You had character development with, like, Carol that was completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And that was freaky, the interaction with her and Rick and his wife. And that was weird stuff in the comics.
Right.
You didn't get any of that stuff.
Mm-mm.
And I think ultimately it's funny, characters that didn't make it, either didn't exist in the comics or didn't make it very far in the comics, wind up being the ones that are there in the end.
That lived, you know, in the and
are getting their own spinoff.
Right, and now are getting their own spinoff. So, yeah, kind of, you know, I think you still had a lot of people that watched, and, you know, but again, because it's broken off into a couple of different, you know, spinoffs, it's not going away anytime soon, obviously. You know, from what we've seen.
I think that was one of the things that was very anticlimactic for me was, all right, so The Walking Dead is done. This is the end of The Walking Dead, except for these other two shows that are going on, these two new shows that are coming out, and it was like, it's not over.
Right, because
You know,
technically,
it was very straight. Like when MASH was over, they had MASH spinoffs, but
right.
they were the characters in completely different modes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like you had the After MASH where they came back to the States and they were in a hospital or something like that. So it wasn't the same type of storylines where they're still in the zombie apocalypse.
Right.
They're just in a different town or a
Right,
different
the
city or
zombie
something.
apocalypse hasn't ended. You have, one group that's going up to New York. You have another person that's crossing the Atlantic and getting to France.
I don't know how he's getting his motorcycle there.
I don't know how he's doing that either. And then you have, the ongoing story of Fear the Walking Dead. I don't even know where they are now, because that was one show that I only saw 2 seasons of, and I kind of stopped watching that one. And then you have, the one show, World Beyond, that was just a 2-season, and that was it.
Well, and I think the problem you run into with World Beyond is they establish a quasi-civilization,
Right.
a military-based quasi-civilization there that is huge,
Right.
and dominant. And you've yet to see that really spill into any of the other ones.
Right.
It spills
yet-
a little into The Walking Dead with the Rick and stuff like that. 'Cause
Right.
You see
Because now
a character
that's
crossover
gonna
there.
right. So now we're gonna see. So really, kind of World Beyond was setting up the Rick and Michonne.
right.
Now, from what we knew, the Rick storyline, because we knew Rick was still alive. They hadn't. They had alleged that he was still alive.
Right.
Everything that had been planned was supposed to be a bunch of movies.
Right.
Well, now the movies got scratched, and now it's going to be a series.
A limited series.
Right. So now we're going to find out, okay, so what the heck happened? And obviously, we know it had something to do with the military operation that was part of World Beyond. So that was kind of like World Beyond was really setting up the whole Rick and Michonne storyline,
Right.
With that. The whole going to New York thing, we don't know why that was happening and why the two people,
They got to have Kurt Russell show up as Snake Plissken to really make it work.
That would be funny. But that's the thing is, why is it Negan and
Which they don't establish by the end of the season finale.
Right, because
Series
the
finale.
only thing that we find out from the series finale is Rick and Michonne are, basically that was it. We don't know why Daryl is going to France. We don't know why, Negan and, why can't I think of her name? Maggie, thank you, are going to New York, because we know, at the end, Negan is married. He has a kid on the way. Is
Right.
she part of the thing that they end up, and that's the other thing too, is because they finished Walking Dead with kind of, all right, we've taken the town back. We've gotten rid of the bad guy, and, now everything should be good. So why does everybody need to go off?
Right. Right.
Like you finally are in a good place. Why you leave?
Yeah, given the reputation over 11 seasons, it's entirely possible that Ezekiel kicks them out because they seem to ruin everything.
Yeah,
they
you know
touch.
what? Maybe it's
They're
not
like, hey,
them.
you guys are related to Bob Chapek, aren't you?
You need to get out. So yeah, it'll be interesting, to see. So you have the 3 new series. So you have Walking Dead Daryl Dixon.
I really hope to come up with a better title than that.
And now the other thing too that I guess it was from World Beyond, was the fast zombies, the ones in France.
Right, you got climbers.
You got the climbers.
You got runners.
And you got the ones that can open doors now.
Yeah, you got the articulated ones, the guys that can pick stuff up.
Right. So what is it that makes him want to go to France? Now, that was also supposed to be where Carol was originally supposed to be going, with him, but because they were actually filming in France, which seemed kind of odd during, this whole time period, why you wouldn't just do, a set or something and stay stateside. She's not going, so they had to kind of redo that whole storyline. Then you have the Walking Dead Dead City, which is the one with Maggie and Negan, again, very odd
Lauren
couple.
Cohen, who, by the way, is from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right, she was born in Cherry Hill,
our neck
New
of the
Jersey.
woods.
And then obviously we have the currently untitled series, which will feature Rick and Michonne, which they kind of hinted at that during the last episode of The Walking Dead. Plus, you have the returning of Fear the Walking Dead.
Right.
World Beyond, again, was just a 2-episode thing, two seasons, and that was it. So,
yeah. So, Walking Dead's over, but long live the Walking
really
Dead. Long live the Walking Dead. So, yeah, we'll see where we wind up with it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're worth watching moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, and we're going to talk about some of the things we've been doing as far as pop culture-y, seasonally type stuffy stuff. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had 2 things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason...
I thought this was the first one.
I don't
It
think
was our first one.
It was our first one.
So we'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one. And Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that we...
We're not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. The biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. They did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
Right, even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and parking just not being, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago, I had a friend of mine who he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, so it's one that we didn't always go to because of, the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
We never really attended the panels, and it was always a
Well,
pain
and they
to get
really
through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like,
would
they
do,
would do
a couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia
Sorry, I can't help
Expo
it.
there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor, it was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area, they had a whole bunch of celebrities, so that if you wanted to partake in
it
that.
was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels.
Mm-hmm.
With plenty of seating.
Right.
You
And
didn't
it
have to
was-
sign up for any of them. You could
Right,
just
and
walk
all
into
the panels it was actually open air, so, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh,
Right.
so-and-so's speaking. We're like, oh, well,
Then
we'll
they
sit
had
down
the
for a little
celebrities
bit.
in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had of
Yeah.
all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah, yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and
Mhm.
right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going
And
back.
again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their contract.
And the number of vendors. They must have
Yeah.
had 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah, so definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that we
Even
would
if you're a
highly-
fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
Yeah,
it wasn't just horror stuff.
right.
Which was really nice.
Yeah, and they have, a couple of, other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You
Right,
had typical
right.
pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
You had toy vendors there.
right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff,
Right.
as well. So
So before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend, since we're on a convention kick.
sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the
One of the organizers.
one of the
of it.
organizers of it. Who,
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well, and that's how he got involved with
right,
it.
so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
And we had
Ocean.
so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so
So much fun.
didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on
Yeah.
during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic-Con. So if you book through them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right. Even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either. So.
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last
possible.
The last year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas.
And SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open.
As long as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk
unless you just want
fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention till 5:00 and think, oh well, now I'm going to go to the boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat.
Absolutely.
And both were really good, so we would highly recommend that. So again, for us it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little weekend getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year. They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process. They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking, not next year, but possibly the following year, to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention. And it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and better.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better, and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running it.
Yeah.
So they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that that we commented on, and when you had talked to your coworker about it, they said that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have, here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away. And you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley because they're not interested in all of that. And, and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here, they mixed them in with everybody else. So it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything.
Absolutely.
So you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person. Or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So Ocean City Comic-Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now, because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores. But hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, like cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food. And then they have a couple of characters, walking around. creepy
characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online, or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through Christmas light display.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like.
And usually what we'll do is if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll
right.
hit Peddler's Village,
Mm-hmm.
we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on
right.
fairly early. You get to enjoy those lights,
Mm-hmm.
and then on the way home,
we drive.
We'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
ones you could do,
but they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right. We have to assemble that this weekend.
We have to assemble that this
find
weekend.
stuff to burn. We'll be throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
bring it over. Just make sure it's cut down real small.
Right.
It's not a big pit. So anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully we'll be back on a regular cadence moving forward now.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So
right.
Moving forward, hopefully we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You're next. You do
all
the
right.
rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on instagram.com/Insights into Things. But obviously the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Insights into Entertainment, episode 152, Gaming's Best and Bleakest of 2023. That's right, if I'm hosting, that means it's an episode about gaming. I am your host, Sam Whalen, and the guy that I just keep dragging into the river of gaming news, my co-host, Joseph Whalen. How's it going?
Hey, and if you're hosting as well, it means we're going to get into some negative stuff at the end of the show, too.
That's right.
That's our MO.
Yeah, we're going to start off positive, though. So today we're doing, like I said, another gaming episode. We're going to talk about the Game Awards. The nominations are out. The actual ceremonies are on December the 7th, so right around the corner. But yeah, we're going to cover some of the nominations, and then we're going to get into some bummer stuff. Because while it has been one of the best years for gaming, it has been one of the worst years for gaming industry layoffs. So we're going to get into some of the hardest hit companies from that, and who should be held accountable for these layoffs, and if there's a way to prevent them. But before we get into that, we have to plug all of our subscriptions, or we need you to subscribe. That's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcast. Is Stitcher still around? Last time I did this,
I think they are gone now.
Yeah, well, if you're still on Stitcher, find a way to subscribe to us. We'd appreciate it. iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and Pandora. Everyone loves Pandora.
Yeah.
Shout out Pandora. I forgot about that. Of course, you can always contact us as well if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on X at insights_things. I got it.
Yeah, it was limited in what my options were. Okay.
They were maybe already taken. Facebook, you can search Insights Into Things. Instagram, Insights Into Things. Anywhere, just search it. It'll come up. And of course, all these links can be found on our website, www.insightsintothings.com. Let's get right into it.
All right.
All right, so we're going to talk about the Game Award nominations. And I know what you're thinking. Do you want to start with some smaller stuff? No, we're going to start with the big one because that's what everybody's here for. All right, we're going to start with.
Are we planning on talking about anything other than the big one?
Yeah, we got a couple other things in there.
Okay.
There's one other smaller category that I want to talk about just because there's controversy. And who doesn't love controversy? But yeah, we're going to talk about the Game of the Year nominations. We've got 6 nominations for you. So let's take a look at them. And we've got them up on your screen for your viewing pleasure. We've got first one up is we're going to go from right to left, I guess.
Yeah, it's in a different order than the script. Sorry.
We've got Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. This is, of course, published by Nintendo and EPD. What's that?
I don't know.
Nintendo.
Yeah.
Oh, Nintendo EPD. I guess it's like a subdivision.
Entertainment something.
Sure. Yeah. So Tears of the Kingdom has been highly praised for its improvements over Breath of the Wild, offering an expanded world and features that encourage exploration.
Maybe it should be EGP.
For what?
Epic Games Publishing.
Well, Epic Games doesn't publish Breath of the Wild.
Oh, I'm looking at Alan Wake. I'm sorry.
We'll get to that in a second.
I'm jumping ahead.
I wonder. Now I got to know what Nintendo EPD stands for. Someone send us an email. Chat, if you're listening, tell us what Nintendo EPD stands for. Anyway, it's a blend of traditional Zelda elements with innovative mechanics, makes it stand out in the series. Everybody loves Zelda, right? I mean, it's always going to get nominated. Breath of the Wild received similar praise, but we were talking off air before the show. You said you're not really in on Nintendo anymore like you used to be.
I'm not. I haven't been a Nintendo person for probably 15 years now. Nintendo to me was just always a little too kid-like, and that's exactly what they go for. So it's not a knock against them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean there are games like Zelda and Mario that I think while they are they look kind of kiddie. I do think they can appeal to everybody. And I wasn't a big Breath of the Wild fan. I don't even think I finished it, and I haven't finished Tears of the Kingdom yet either. But I'm enjoying it much more than I enjoyed Breath of the Wild. I just think it's pretty incredible. I mean, it's one of those games where they just drop you into the world and they give you a set of tools and they just say go.
Yeah, I mean, they do a fantastic job on their games. It's just, it doesn't appeal to me. There's an audience that it appeals to, and for that, they love it.
Yeah, and again, Nintendo getting a lot of love. 2 nominations from Nintendo this year. But yeah, I mean, what is there to say? It's Zelda. If you like Breath of the Wild, you're gonna like Tears of the Kingdom. A lot of people, it is their front runner for winning this. A lot of people think it's gonna go to Tears of the Kingdom. I don't personally. There's one.
Neither do I.
Yeah, you'll see where our biases lie coming up shortly. But yeah, that's Tears of the Kingdom. Moving on to nomination number 2, we've got Marvel Spider-Man 2. This is published by Insomniac Games. Insomniac, probably my second favorite PlayStation acquired studio, behind Sony Santa Monica, who of course did God of War, the new God of War games. Insomniac,
Yes.
just incredible. Banger after banger games. Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man 1, others that I'm not remembering. There was I think they did Sunset Overdrive, which was before they got bought by PlayStation. Sunset Overdrive, great game. You should all check it out. But yeah, Marvel Spider-Man 2 stands out for its dual character gameplay, innovative combat and traversal mechanics, and an expansive narrative that enriches the Spider-Man universe. I'm probably about 3/4 of the way through this. I've been trying to take my time with it because I do love these games, and I don't want to gorge myself on it. I like to take my time when it comes to these things. But I didn't finish it for the show, so what are you going to do? But you haven't started at all, right? But you played the first one.
I haven't started it yet. What are your thoughts on it so far? How similar is it to the first? What's the storyline look like? Obviously, the graphics and everything are fantastic.
Oh yeah, it looks even better somehow because now we're fully with the power of the PS5. We didn't show it, but it was the power of the PS5. It looks incredible. It is more Spider-Man though. I mean, a lot like what we said with Tears of the Kingdom. It's more of the same. But for me, that's a good thing. I love Spider-Man, the initial one, the first one for PS4. I loved Miles Morales. Did you play that spin-off?
I did. Yes.
Okay. So yeah, it's more of that. But they find ways to innovate on it and make it more fun. There's new traversal mechanics. You've got the web wings. There's a lot more. You feel faster. There's like these big.
Having the PS5 helps with that.
Yeah, the one thing, and I don't know if I told you about this. As I was playing it, but the fast travel is like incredible. So the fast travel, you zoom out to the world map, you click a point, and it's instant. Like it just zooms into the map, and you're just there.
Yeah.
I don't know how they do it. Like it's remarkable to see in action. And yeah, they've added more because the map is larger as well. So they've added a couple more boroughs in New York, like Queens and stuff, and more suburban areas. I forget the name of it because I'm not from New York, but more suburban areas. But
so what can you tell us about the story without giving away any spoilers?
Yeah. I mean, if you've seen any of the trailers, we're dealing with the symbiote. We're dealing with Venom. And honestly, you can probably guess where the story's going to go because it's the same usually every time when Spider-Man deals with, if you've seen the Sam Raimi movies, it's a similar story. And honestly, so far, nothing has really surprised me with the story. I've pretty much been able to guess every beat. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because these, you still love these characters. You've got Peter Parker and Miles Morales now, which is really, really neat. Being able to switch between those two at will. And the really cool thing is like in story missions when you're switching between them on the fly. It's scripted in missions, but it's still really incredible to see it happen. It reminds me of Grand Theft Auto 5 doing the same thing, switching in in game. But yeah, I mean it's the story. There really isn't anything to spoil, honestly, not yet anyway. I mean, I'm sure some stuff will happen because I haven't finished it yet. But if you've seen a Spider-Man symbiote suit story, it's pretty similar.
So is this your pick?
No, my pick is your pick.
Okay.
Which we'll get to shortly. But that is Spider-Man 2. Now, this next one, I have probably the least amount of information on, personal experience as well. It's Alan Wake 2, published by Remedy Entertainment and Epic Games as well. Funny thing about this, there's no digital or physical versions. It's all digital. So, fun fact.
I think it's just a sign of the times.
Yeah, well, especially with it being published by Epic, they want everyone to go through their storefront. But yeah, Alan Wake 2 is noted for its shift towards a more intense survival horror, which you can see in the footage we're showing. It's very scary. Combined with its intriguing narrative and innovative gameplay mechanics. So yeah, again, off air, we were talking about this, and I mentioned how they work in real footage, and I'm curious if we'll see it in these trailers. But the use of the blending of real footage and gameplay is really, really neat. And I would play it, but I'm a coward and I don't want to get scared. So, but you don't have to play the first Alan Wake to know what's going on. It helps. And this game is also part of like the Remedy universe. Remedy also published a game called Control, which I think was up for Game of the Year 2-3 years ago, something like that.
Okay.
But it's like a connected universe now. So they're bringing the stuff from Control in, they're bringing the stuff from the first Alan Wake in, and they're bringing in some stuff from Max Payne, kind of.
Wow, really?
Well, yeah, because like they say that that's not part of the Remedy verse because they didn't like necessarily own it at the time. Like I think they published 1 and 2, but then 3 was through Rockstar, I think. But there's a character in Alan Wake 2 who is, for these you can follow this logic here, he's voiced by the voice actor for Max Payne. I forget the guy's name, but the mocap is Sam Lake, the head of Remedy. He's like the figurehead. Sam Lake did the mocap for Max Payne 1 and 2. So when you think of what Max Payne looks like, he looks like Sam Lake, but he's voiced by a different guy. In Alan Wake 2, it's Sam Lake, but it's not his voice. It's really weird. But that sums up Alan Wake 2. It's a weird game. It looks very artsy. I probably will play it one day. From what I've heard, it's incredible. It's really doing a lot for the genre, you know, not the genre, the medium,
right,
pushing things forward and doing all kinds of stuff that hasn't really ever been seen before, and that's exactly what Remedy's best at. Do you have any interest in Alan Wake 2?
Not really. Haven't played anything in the series yet. I'm not into the scare type things. I don't like the dark type games. Yeah. I like the types of games that I can sit down, get immersed in, play through a story when I have the time. And I get obsessed with games like that.
Yeah.
The other thing that I'll play is, you know, if I just have 15, 20 minutes and I just want some mindless distraction, it's, you know, fire up the Xbox, play a shooter, play a sports game, something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing with Alan Wake 2 and with Control as well. You do get immersed. You kind of have to get immersed because there's so much going on. And that's another reason I haven't played it yet, because if it's going to be scary and I have to pay attention, it's like I just can't do it. Because scary, I'll be honest, folks, when I play a scary game, volume's all the way down, lights are on, I'm usually watching something else. Like I'm not like listening, right? Because it's the audio that gets me. I can probably do with the visuals. But I'm going to have to pay attention to Alan Wake, and I'm going to be terrified the whole time. So we'll see what happens. I don't know if it's nominated for other stuff. It probably is. I don't think it's gonna win. I think it's probably towards the bottom tier for what people are guessing is gonna win.
Right.
But now we move on to our totally biased pick. Next up is Baldur's Gate 3, published by Larian Studios. The game has received critical acclaim for its gameplay narrative and production quality. It's already won multiple awards, recently cleaned up at the Golden Joystick Awards. Its deep integration of D&D mechanics, it's Dungeons & Dragons for you normies out there, combined with a rich narrative and flexible gameplay, which is probably my favorite part about it, makes it a standout in the role-playing game genre. It's revolutionary, right? I mean,
absolutely.
I've never played, well, that's not true. I have played something like it, and it was the last game published by Larian Studios, Divinity 2 Original Sin, which I was trying to get everybody to play, but, you know, it was a little, it wasn't as accessible as Baldur's Gate 3. And, this game has taken everybody by storm. Everybody's talking about it. You have like 500 hours in it.
Yeah, I have an unhealthy amount of time into this game for some reason. It really is a remarkable game. It to me, it's a genre defining game.
Yep.
And you look at the images of it, and the playthrough's great. The graphics are wonderful. If you're okay with turn-based combat, it's a great thing. But it captures the mechanics of a tabletop D&D game, which is very difficult to do. And the variance of the game. I've done 2 full playthroughs now and I have 5 short starts through Act 3, and I've yet to have the same thing happen twice in any story section.
Wow.
It's amazing that the game itself is that adaptive, and your choices matter. A lot of game systems tell you your choices matter, right? Well, normally it matters as to what your next cutscene is.
Mhm.
This is something, and Larian's known for this, where your choices don't matter, but your choices have consequences.
Yep.
And you may make a choice in Act 1 that 30 hours later in Act 3 comes back and has a completely different effect on how the game goes, how people treat you, how the story goes. To sit down and to even come up with a mind map of how these different storylines go blows my mind.
I don't know how they did it.
Like, people are afraid of AI taking over the world. Whatever this game engine uses to come up with its story is more dangerous, I think, and more intelligent than any AI out there.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. There's really not much else to say. It's incredible. And in that description we read off, I think the flexible gameplay is really my favorite aspect of it. It feels like D&D. You know, I love Dungeons and Dragons, and this is as close as you can get. And in some ways, I think it's better than actually playing D&D because I think it onboards everything so much simpler, right? At least on console, you know, your actions and everything you can do. When I'm playing D&D in real life, and I've got, even using the app or pen and paper, you kind of forget a lot of stuff you can do because there's so much information. But I think what Baldur's Gate 3 does so well is streamline that and make it so you really are considering everything you can do, even if it's just like shoving somebody off a cliff, which is like, you know, you can end a boss fight by doing that if you pass the check. And it's like D&D in that regard, where a DM could spend 3 hours planning a boss encounter, and you walk up and you pass the first persuasion check and the fight's over. You don't even have to fight the guy.
I know that feeling.
But like, I don't know how to describe it. I think it's a game that everyone can play. Like, it is a little bit complicated, and it's definitely, you can tell it was meant for PC first.
Sure.
But I think they did a great job making it for console too. Like, I think it still works.
Well, and that's the one thing that's worth mentioning on PC is it was built for PC. And in fact, you have a completely different interface on PC, but if you fire up a game controller on the PC, it changes that game interface so it looks just like the console. So it's completely, that's another thing, that the fact that they went through and made 2 completely separate interfaces for how you were going to interact with the game, just that level of forethought was extraordinary.
Yeah.
And I have to say, you know, you and I both play D&D. We both DM from time to time. This has changed the way that I play D&D.
Yep.
It's educated me on different character class information, all that stuff. But the fact that it shows you, you know, you could sit down at a tabletop and roll dice and throw a fireball at somebody, and it kind of just rolls off your tongue and you move on to the next thing. You don't know what it looks like. And in here, not only do they visualize what spell casting and combat looks like, they show it in different ways for different classes, you know. And even, you know, if you go with a bard, the bard can cast, you know, any number of spells, but depending on the instrument that the bard is using, the visualization looks different and is custom to the instrument, which is just incredible.
Yeah.
It adds so much ambiance and so much life to the game. That's why I think this one should win.
Oh yeah.
Even if it doesn't.
Yeah, spoilers, folks. I don't think it's gonna. It's nominated for 8 things. First of all, I do not think it's gonna sweep. I think it will get most of them. But like, it's up for like multiplayer game. I don't think it's gonna win that.
And the multiplayer aspect is terrible.
It's not great. I like that it's in there, and I want to do a playthrough with my friends whenever they get it.
Well, the multiplayer. All right, so multiplayer, in as much as
multiple players,
4 people can be in the game.
Yeah, there are multiple players,
but they're all playing their own story essentially, and you can interact with their story to a certain amount. There's no instancing that happens here, right? So you don't have a shared experience. You go off and you have dialogue on your own that's relevant to your character, and you can share that with other people, but they can't participate in it.
Right.
It's not an MMO. It's a kind of a cooperative playthrough that you do, most of the time,
Mhm.
right? It's not even all the time. So it's not really a good multiplayer game. It's a great single player game that has some multiplayer capability.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that does shine in the multiplayer is the combat. I think because we played it very briefly, and that's the only experience I've had with the multiplayer was the hour that we probably played.
Right.
So I can't speak to it fully, but the combat in multiplayer is great because the combat is normally turn based, and it still is in multiplayer, but it syncs up whoever the real players are. So if you and I were playing, our turns would happen simultaneously, but everything else is still turn based.
Yeah.
So you can sync up abilities. There is a lot of potential there. We just didn't play enough of it to find out.
Well, and the one thing I will say that was great in multiplayer is as you play through your character's turn, you end your turn. In single player, if you end your turn prematurely, it's over.
Yep.
In multiplayer, if you end your turn, you have to confirm that you're ending it. That safety feature needs to be worked into the single player.
It is.
It is now?
You can, yeah, I
Okay.
turned it on because I kept accidentally ending my turn. You can toggle it so you have to hold triangle to end your
Okay.
turn.
At launch, that wasn't
Oh,
there.
really?
Yeah.
Because I would end my turn accidentally all the time.
Yeah.
And I was like, there's got to be a setting for
All right.
this.
I have to go turn that all in the
it's
game now.
much better because there's been so many times where I've done it accidentally and like haven't even done an action. And then, I get beat up because I didn't do anything.
Right. The one thing I didn't like about the multiplayer, though, is as you go play through the game, you pick up companions.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the rule is whoever talks to the companion gets them. And I can't hand that companion off to you so you can go do something else while I go do something else.
Especially when cutscenes can be triggered just by walking.
Proximity.
Yeah. So that's a little weird. But everything else is great.
Yeah.
I think I just get unlucky when it comes to these things, and I usually have technical bugs when other people don't. I have had some bugs with it, but considering everything that's going on, it's like a miracle. It's like it's from like on high. It was sent down, and it runs and it works. And if you think you can do something, you probably can. You feel so free, and I've never really played another game like that where there really are no. I mean, there are constraints, right? In terms of like you can't like clip through a wall or something,
Right.
But like. I've never played another game where I go into a situation and I feel like I could handle it in almost infinite ways.
It's a game that is sophisticated well beyond its years.
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't expect something with this level of intelligence to come out for 5 to 6 years.
Yep. We could probably do a whole episode on it, but we do have some other nominations to talk about.
We got 2 more to go through. Let's get rid of the rest of these.
So next up is Resident Evil 4, published by Capcom. This game is awesome. I played this game. I never played the original Resident Evil, so I was able to play this. This game rocks. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. It's like if you played through an action movie, like an 80s action movie. And it is scary. There were some parts where the volume had to go down and the lights had to come on. But overall, you have like a million guns. So you feel like you're in control. It's less of you're running from the monster, more like you're running to the monster to shoot it. Some highlights. This remake of the classic game has been praised for its impressive graphics, audio, and revamped gameplay mechanics, while retaining the core mechanics of the original and introducing new features and expanded content. Like I said, I never played the original, so I can't really speak to that. But I've played this game and finished it, and I absolutely loved it. I'm glad it got a nomination. I know some people are maybe a little bit perturbed by that because it's a remake, but if you play the game, it really is a remake. It is different from the original, and from what I've seen, it is its own game, and it stands on its own. I really think it does, and I highly recommend it if you like action games, because it is more of an action game than it is a survival horror game. And if you like 80s movies, because it feels like that.
There you go.
Have you played any Resident Evil?
I played Resident Evil a long time ago on like a PS2 when it first came out, or if it goes back that far. Again, I don't like dark games.
Yeah.
So
that's Resident Evil.
Right. It's not one that I've ever really jumped on.
Yeah. In terms of where I think it ranks in terms of potential to win, I think it's probably towards the top. But I just, after talking about Baldur's Gate, I don't see how anything could beat that. we've got a little guest in the studio. A little lantern fly just flew in. So yeah, Resident Evil 4. And our final one here is Super Mario Wonder, published as well by Nintendo. I own this game, but I have yet to play it because I'm lending it to my girlfriend. But it looks cool. It looks cool.
The sacrifices we must make.
I know. Highlights. This game is celebrated for its control mechanics, animation, expressive characters, innovative level design, and dynamic audio. Is it? All right. Dynamic audio. I guess. It features new power-ups and a fresh visual design that breaks from the traditional Mario aesthetic. And that's really, so many people for years were asking for these 2D Mario games to get a visual not upgrade, but a visual change. And that's what we got in this game. I mean, this doesn't look like other Mario games, which is, I think, a big reason why it's such a standout. I'm looking forward to it. Game of the year, I don't know. This was a surprise for me, but I think it's because it's Mario and it's Nintendo, and I think there's just a level of industry praise that comes with that.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong with this looks suspiciously like a standard Mario platformer.
Well, yeah.
With really nice graphics.
It does look very pretty. They added a bunch of new power-ups and stuff. From what I've heard that from people that have played it, it's not as... it didn't break the mold as much as people wanted it to. I think a lot of people were just hungry for a, just full send it, just do something different. Oh, he's on me now. I flicked him.
Now he's knocked out somewhere.
Sorry about that. But yeah, I think it wasn't quite the property shakeup people were looking for.
Well, I think it's funny that there was criticism leveled at Resident Evil for being a remake. How is this not a remake?
Well, it's not all the levels are unique. You'll probably still get the Mario 1-1 world that has every Mario game, but all the levels are new. All the content is new. That trailer did not really do it justice, I don't think.
It didn't impress me, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. If there was one that I could be okay cutting from these nominations, it would probably be this. But again, I haven't played it. Maybe when I play it, I'll change my mind. But
fair enough.
Yeah. So those are your Game of the Year nominations. Tell us what you think should win in the comments down below. I think our vote is soundly Baldur's Gate.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we have some other quick things I want to round up here in this section because we've gone kind of long. It has been a banner year for gaming. A couple nominations games I would like to highlight that didn't make Game of the Year nominations. Sea of Stars, highly recommend that if you like RPGs, that pixel style. That game is incredible. It's fantastic. Final Fantasy 16, Armored Core 6. These are all nominated in other categories, not Game of the Year. Starfield. Remember Starfield, everybody?
I have heard rumors of Starfield.
It's bad. I don't like it. I'll say it.
I heard it's got a really good engine for building Starship.
Yeah, I haven't done any of that.
That's what everyone seems to love about the game.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I think since it's come out, it was praised pretty highly on release, but I think as people have been able to sit with it, I think it's somewhere in the middle of the pack, which is a disappointment, especially if you're an Xbox fan, because that was
supposed to be their game winner.
That was supposed to be their game winner, and it's nominated for one category, and it's probably not going to win.
What's that for? Biggest game of the year?
RPG, I think, is what it's up for. But Baldur's Gate's in that category, so it's not going to win. Yeah, so Jeff Keighley, the guy that runs it, he's like the brains behind the operation. He said that even though, it's a great year for gaming, we did have to limit it to 6. Let's see. Do we want to cover these other categories, or are we short on time?
You can run through them real quick.
So we got these are some that I just wanted to highlight. Best performance, we have Ben Starr for Final Fantasy 16, Cameron Monaghan for Jedi Survivor. Have you played that yet?
No.
Yeah, he does a good job. It's fine.
I didn't really like the first ones.
Oh, that's right. You didn't. We've talked about that before. Idris Elba for Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, which...
What was that, an add-on for Cyberpunk?
Yes.
Really?
But it's also like a remake, kind of, because with Phantom Liberty came the Cyberpunk 2.0 update, which like changed the whole game and made it what it should have been at launch, which is impressive and deserves acclaim, but...
Not that steaming pile of crap that we got at launch.
I love Cyberpunk since day one. I love driving
around a city and seeing random piles of trash just fall from the sky. It was such a just a delightful thing.
I've been a Cyberpunk diehard supporter since day one. Not a CD Projekt Red supporter because they lied a lot, but I don't know. People are saying it's back, and it's kind of wild that Idris Elba is in the game.
That is kind of well. That's the thing. If you have a terrible release for a game, sign a celebrity to the next version of the game.
I own this DLC, but I have yet to play it because when I was playing Cyberpunk, I'm playing through it to experience the 2.0 stuff, which is very impressive, and I highly recommend going back to it if you want. You can drive around the city.
Is it another 15 terabytes of a download?
Probably.
It took 3 days to download it.
I'm going to butcher this woman's name, but Melanie LeBird.
Sure, that looks good.
From Alan Wake 2. She plays, I think her name's Saga in it. She's the other main character that isn't Alan Wake. Neil Newbon, who is Asterion, right? In Baldur's Gate 3. People love that guy. He didn't survive in my playthrough very long.
Didn't survive in mine either.
So, but I know he's captured the internet's.
Turns out a stake through the heart really does kill a vampire.
Yeah, I pretty much instantly killed him. I think he's one of the front runners, and then my boy Yuri Lowenthal for Marvel Spider-Man 2. He is the best, and I hope he wins. But that's who I'm pulling for. I love Yuri. He kind of does the same voice all the time, but man, is it good. So
he's like the Nicolas Cage of voiceover.
So we'll see who wins that. Really quickly, best independent game. I just wanted to cover this because this is where the controversy is. Defined as for outstanding creative and technical achievement in a game made outside the traditional publisher system. Remember that. It's going to be important. So we've got Cocoon. Haven't played it. Want to. Viewfinder is really, really interesting. The concept of that game is, are you able to pull footage really quick for it if you can? Maybe?
I can try.
Because you got to see it. You have a camera, and when you take photos, you can then go into the photo, and it changes the layout of the level. And it's tough to describe, but once you see it, it will like blow your mind. So yeah, we're pulling up a trailer real quick. I played the demo for this. I haven't played the full game, but it is it's really, really remarkable. And again, it's one of those games where you wonder how it even runs. So yeah, here, check this out. So he just takes the picture
for our viewing audience.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, audio listeners. Look up a trailer of Viewfinder. It's very cool. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is one of the reasons why the indie category is
this looks like something that should be in my Oculus Quest.
Yeah, like it's incredible how this like works. And like I said, it's hard to describe for audio listeners, but go check it out. And I think the demo is still available. And you'll pretty much get the gist of it. But yeah, it's one of those games where it's like, how is this even running? And how does this even work? So yeah, that's Viewfinder. Sea of Stars is also up for the indie category. I love that game. That probably is in my top 5 for game of the year, for my personal game of the year. It's incredible. Dredge, which I think is a spooky game. And then Dave the Diver, which I love. Dave the Diver, also a great game. Is it an indie game, though, is what people are wondering. Because Dave the Diver is developed by Mint Rocket, which is a small team. But Mint Rocket is owned by Nexon, which is a multi-billion-dollar gaming company. So people are wondering,
that sounds like the evil corporation from a Bond movie or something.
Yeah, it sounds like from RoboCop. So yeah, unfortunately, Dave the Diver is getting a lot of heat because of this. And the team at Mitt Romney, that's what I think I'm going to say. It is a small team, but they're getting all this heat because is it really an indie game? I don't know. What do you think? Because they had effectively a blank check to make this.
Well, and that's the thing is that you can have a small team, but when you're getting backed by a large corporation like that, and you've got the budget for it,
right,
and you don't have the pressures of being that struggling indie developer trying to find an outlet for it and someone to push it and market it, I think you very quickly get outside of that indie game realm.
Yeah. And you know, I still highly recommend you go play Dave the Diver. It's you run a sushi bar, you're exploring, you're a diver. I don't know, it's hard to describe.
That sounds exciting.
It's very exciting. I would make you pull up the trailer, but that was really hard to do for the other game. So, but yeah, Dave the Diver is great, but I don't think it should be in the indie category. That being said, you should still go play it.
Okay. Well, so, I think that's probably it for this segment.
Yeah, I think we got everything we could out of that. Go play Baldur's Gate 3. When we come back, we're going to get into the bummer part of the show where we talk about industry layoffs. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Insights into Entertainment. Today we're talking gaming. We just got done covering the Game Award nominations, and now we're going to talk about industry layoffs.
Of course we're talking gaming because you're on the show.
That's right. I should wear like a gamer sweater or
Should be
something.
insights into gaming when you're on.
Yeah, it would have like Mountain Dew in the intro. All right. So anyway, like I said at the top of the show, despite being lauded as one of the best years in gaming, the industry has been hit by massive layoffs at every level. At the time of writing, it's probably higher now. Around 6,000 people have been laid off in the gaming industry. There's a very helpful but depressing website called videogamelayoffs.com, and it's been tracking the numbers since the beginning of the year. It's just one of those stories you hear about every week if you're not covering, I'm not covering anything, I'm not a journalist, but if you're following gaming news, it's one of those things that you can't really ignore, especially this year. And you know, I don't know anything about economics, but I feel like it's one of those things where when one company does it, there's a real chance of it starting a tidal wave of this, where it's like it doesn't make it okay, but from the company's point of view, it might have like, well, if everyone's doing it, we might as well just do it now to cut costs. What do you think?
Well, and I think what you run into really is when one company does it, there's a viable reason for doing it, and usually it's an economic reason,
Yeah.
or you know, it could be depending on what the industry, but we've seen layoffs across the board, regardless of industry, not just video games, and companies that are doing perfectly fine, companies that are doing record numbers, record profits are laying people off. The unfortunate reality is that record profits, in order to get record profits, you either have to bring in more income, bring in more revenue, increase your margin on what it's costing you to do things, and to do that you cut costs, you cut labor.
Yeah.
And that's usually the first thing people cut. And when you've got games that are releasing and you don't have another game in the pipeline that requires that level of labor commitment, that's the first thing that gets cut when it comes to the software industry.
Yeah, and we're going to have a segment coming up where we get into more the nitty gritty on why these layoffs happen. But I just wanted to highlight some of the big examples of these layoffs. One of which is at Unity, the software developers. They let go around 900 people this year alone. Unity has been in some very, very hot water lately. I don't know if you've been following any of this. They changed its pricing structure this year and basically nuked their whole brand for no reason. Not for no reason. They wanted to make more money. But like, it was crazy.
So explain what Unity is and what their product is.
So Unity is an engine, right?
Yeah, it's a game engine.
Yeah, that you can develop your game using Unity.
So a lot of the popular games that are out today are built on this game engine.
Right.
And when a game developer uses this engine, they pay a licensing fee to Unity to use it. So for every copy of the game that's sold, a percentage of that revenue goes to Unity for their royalties for that. And that's what they overhauled.
Right. So this is from The Verge. Unity they said that beginning next year, they would implement a pay per download pricing scheme that would charge developers a flat fee anytime a game using Unity software is installed. I think the keyword there is installed.
Yes.
Right? Because
you can't do demos at that point in time without paying Unity.
Right. And that is including installs that may not be legal
Right.
through pirating and things like that. Also, multiple installations of a game, like if you uninstall it and reinstall it.
Well, because what happens is every time you install a game, the Unity engine reaches out to the licensing server. So if you do demos of the game, if you have pirated downloads of the game, if you uninstall it and reinstall it, every time it goes out and hits that licensing server to confirm that it's a valid license, as opposed to what it was before was on sales. So every time you would sell the game, that would then go towards the licensing.
This is more from The Verge. The fees are further broken down depending on where a game is purchased, meaning that a game bought in the US, UK, and other standard markets is assessed a higher fee than when it's bought in emerging markets like India or China. So, like, I don't know what they were thinking when they did this. This made a ton of people angry. Many developers, publishers, and consumers completely disavowed Unity. People wanted to boycott the game, the engine itself. And you got to understand, Unity is like the number one. It's like Unity and Unreal are like the two engines that pretty much everyone uses for any kind of game development. I mean, Unity has tried to walk some of this stuff back, but I think a lot of the damage might already have been done. What do you think?
Well, and the thing is, the regional pricing that they're talking about is not unusual in any other industry. So in any other industry, talking manufacturing, for instance, you have tariffs on purchased goods. So, for instance, I have a friend of mine who lives down in Peru. For him to buy a graphics card that costs $2,000 up here, he's got to pay $3,000 for it because of the tariffs. So Unity's logic is, well, if there's regional pricing based on tariffs because of purchased goods, then we can do the same thing for licensing. Well, the problem you run into is they're the first ones that are doing this.
Yeah.
Nobody else does this because there's no tariff on licensing. There's a tariff on imports when you're talking about actual physical manufactured goods. So there's no impetus whatsoever for their reasoning behind what they're doing. That's why they're taking the heat for it. And as a result, they're losing a boatload of business in the process.
And that results in 900 people losing their jobs.
Exactly.
And, you know, should the CEO maybe have taken a pay cut instead of having to fire all these people? Maybe.
That's a very controversial philosophy a lot of rank and file workers have.
Yeah. Another company that I want to highlight is Embracer Group. They've been making all kinds of news in the last couple of years. They've been snatching up a lot of studios like Gearbox, who made Borderlands, and Crystal Dynamics, who you guys will probably know if you've played the new Lara Croft games. Embracer Group is sort of this conglomerate that's just been eating up studios.
Kind of like EA and all the other conglomerates out there.
Yeah. Except they're not doing it very well. They're now cleaning house. This is from IGN's Wesley Yin-Poole. Embracer Group has said it has laid off 904 people. That's about 5% of its workforce. Since its financial struggles beginning following the collapse of the $2 billion deal, reportedly with the Saudi government, funded company Savvy Games Groups. When this deal didn't go through, this was like insane because it like fell apart like the day before it was going to happen. And like the industry was like, what's going to happen now?
Right.
Turns out a bunch of people are going to get laid off. In a recent statement, Embracer said they wanted to become a, quote, stronger company, I guess. They're closing whole studios too that they own now. So Volition, who developed the Saints Row games, they got another stab at Saints Row and it failed critically and commercially. They shut the studio down. So yeah, Embracer is kind of just cutting swaths from their company now. And a lot of it has to do with that $2 billion deal that fell through.
And this is typical, corporate mentality is that they're interested in the bottom line.
Right.
And anytime you have a publicly traded company that has a board of directors and it has, stock owners, your fiduciary duty is to the stockholders. And you trust the people that are making these decisions who aren't always they're business people, but they're not necessarily software or game industry people. And that's sort of where you get that dirty corporate feeling that people tend to get here, is that they're just looking at the bottom line and they're going to cut their losses. They're going to cut what they think are losses in order to make money. And it's not just software. Bob Iger's doing the same thing at Disney and killing Disney. You've got industries across the board that are doing this type of stuff. They see something that's not raking in money. They have a certain margin that they want to meet. And if you're not meeting that margin, then you're a casualty. ignoring the fact that a lot of times the game industry doesn't work the same way these other manufacturing or entertainment industries work. The return on investment tends to be a much longer timeline that the corporate world and the stock world does not want to wait for.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of giant corporate companies, Amazon Games also had some layoffs. They recently cut 180 jobs from their games department. This comes during the largest sweep of layoffs at Amazon as a whole. We were talking about, industry-wide stuff, with nearly 27,000 jobs being cut in the last year. Now, we're talking about 6,000 layoffs in the gaming industry alone, 27,000 just from Amazon, just to put things in perspective.
But that's across the board in Amazon. That's
right.
Sales, manufacturing, warehousing, everything. And a lot of that for Amazon is not because they're losing money, because they're not.
No, we actually have record profits.
Right. A lot of that has to do with improvements in how their processes work. A lot of automation going in place. They've roboticized a number of their plants. So they've negated the need to have physical labor here. And you'll notice only 180 of those 27,000 jobs were in the game industry.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people they had in their game studios to begin with, though.
Right. Yeah. So Amazon's revenue is up 13%. Probably helped cutting 27,000 people that you don't have to pay anymore.
Looks good at the bottom line.
Yeah. Net income tripled to 9.9 billion. That's from CNBC's Ashley Kaput. That's a funny name. Sorry, Ashley. But yeah, so profits are up. And like you said, when the bottom line comes up, it's capitalism, baby. That's the way the news goes.
So despite the game industry experiencing one of its best years, over 6,000 people face layoffs. How do you think these job losses at various levels are impacting the industry's morale and future prospects, especially in light of such a successful game release year?
I follow a lot of people that are in game development on Twitter and stuff, and I listen to a lot of gaming podcasts of people that are very close to people in the industry. It sucks. Turns out layoffs suck. I think it's really, really bad for morale. Because I think a lot of people they grind and try to get into the industry, only for them to have a very high rate of getting laid off anyway. Especially when, like we talked about before, when a game ships, what happens now? And yeah, it's a great year for gaming, but it's tough to ignore all these layoffs. And if you were going into this industry, you're gonna have to wonder, am I gonna be the next one to get laid off if I even can get a job in the first place?
Yeah, it's when you see this type of thing happen across the board, it's tough when it's your own company and they're doing layoffs. My company did layoffs this year too, and
so did mine.
And it has an effect on morale, and it has an effect on the output. And I think a lot of time the corporate entities that make these decisions never really go out and do a proper impact analysis to see what level of productivity is going to be affected by people with decreased morale, because the idea is, oh, well, if they don't perform, we'll just lay them off. Well, when people walk out the door, it's not a salary and benefits that's walking out the door that you can save money on. There's brain drain. There's tribal knowledge that walks out that door that as a result, the people that are remaining, because the job still has to get done, and the people that are left to do that job are struggling now to do that job. So either it takes longer, the quality drops off, the volume drops off. And I think when corporate entities make these decisions, they don't always take that impact analysis into account.
Yeah, and speaking of quality, you just triggered something in my mind. This is a very small facet of this whole thing, but one of the sections that gets laid off a lot is quality testers. So that reflects in your game when your game doesn't work because you fired everybody that was going to test it. So I know EA fired a bunch of them lately. I think but again, it's one of those things where when your game's no longer in development, you have no need for these quality testers. But with games like Apex Legends, games that are live as a service that are continuously going in development, where do quality testers fall in that?
Well, and that's the thing. Having worked in the software industry for years, your ratio of testers to developers is usually 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And testing is always seen as the first area that gets cut.
Yep.
But what they don't realize is that you can't trust a developer to test their own code. They're too close to it.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a look at Larian Studios, right? So Larian Studios did their official release in October of Baldur's Gate 3. They've had 10 patches and 10 bug fix patches they put out, emergency bug fixes, and 3 or 4 major patch releases in that time. So the development doesn't stop when it goes out the door because it's never a finished product. You've got a lifetime of probably 4 or 5 years that you still have to support the product. So getting rid of the people once the game's out the door is probably short-sighted.
And within those 4 or 5 years, you're probably going to start development on your next game, especially with something like Baldur's Gate 3 that was insanely successful.
And by the time Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, by the time your premier game comes out, you've already got a pipeline that's full of schedules for what's next in line. And if you don't, then you might as well just shut your doors because given the time frame it takes, where you're looking at 4 or 5 years of development to put a decent game out. So if you don't already have something in the pipeline and something in the works when your current game comes out, you're going to go out of business.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough, right? I mean, you get this a lot with movies too. You know, these things take so long to make and then it's out and then people immediately want more.
Right.
And I mean, that's just how it goes. But hopefully that keeps some people employed too. Those are our layoff discussion. In our next segment, we're going to talk more about the causes of it. I know you did a lot of research for this, so I'll probably let you take over for it. But yeah, layoffs are bad. Layoffs are bad, and it sucks.
Layoffs are bad. Don't do layoffs.
Layoffs suck if it happens to you. But we'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, everybody. We're wrapping up the show today talking about the cause and the purpose of all these layoffs. So the trend of layoffs in the video game industry can be attributed to several factors, and understanding this is key to forecasting the trends during and its impact on the industry's future. And we go to our corporate shill, Joseph Whalen, for the layoff report.
Wow.
Why layoffs are a good thing. Go.
No, not why they're a good thing. What causes layoffs? So we already kind of touched on economic fluctuations. So the video game industry is not immune to the broader economic trends in the world. And economic downturns or market uncertainty can lead to budget cuts and staff reductions. And everyone knows where we are with inflation and how tight money is and everything's costing more money. So that's pretty obvious right there. We're also looking right now, and it's first time in the industry's history that we're in a post-pandemic period. So we're still looking at adjustments from that. COVID-19 pandemic led to a surge in gaming as people sought entertainment during the lockdowns. This surge may have led to overhiring or overexpansion in some companies. As the world returns to normalcy, demand may stabilize or decrease, leading to restructuring.
There's also, people now are like, there's the discussion of work from home. Well, why wouldn't I just always work from home if I can? Especially when it comes to game development. A lot of these folks packed up their work computers and brought them home to keep working on games during the pandemic as best they could. So now, there's a discussion of, do we even need to be going back into, in the work? And that's across all industries. If we can, can we just keep the work at home thing going? And then, that's more cost cutting because then you don't have to rent office space. Absolutely.
And a lot of companies are looking at that as a possibility. In fact, behind you is a permanent workstation that's been set up for my wife, Michelle, now, who works from home 2 days a week as a result of that.
Yep.
And they saw what they can get out of it. So the other thing you look at is shifts in consumer behavior. Changes in gaming trends and consumer preferences can impact revenue streams. Companies may need to restructure to align with these shifts, leading to layoffs in departments that no longer align with new strategies. We also have technological changes. Advancement in technology can render certain skills or positions obsolete. As companies invest in automation and new tech, there may be a reduced need for certain roles. And then we get to the corporate shill side of things with financial management and strategic shifts.
Ugh.
So, poor financial management or strategic pivots can necessitate cost-cutting measures, including layoffs, which is exactly what Unity ran into.
Mhm.
You know, they're trying to make a buck, so they made a change in their strategic, product line there, and it came back to bite them.
It's a very nice way of saying we want to make as much money as possible all the time.
Absolutely. So tell us about what the actual impact of all this is on the video game industry.
Yeah, so I mean, there's innovation and competition. Layoffs can lead to a consolidation of talent, with larger companies absorbing experienced personnel. You got a little bit of that with Embracer. You know, now that they're all part of this conglomerate, maybe they're having some cross studio development. This could foster innovation, but might also reduce competition if smaller companies struggle to compete, which is definitely true, especially when it comes to indie development, which is what we have next. As talented individuals leave larger companies, there might be, a surge in indie game development, which I think we talked about this before when we were talking about the Microsoft Blizzard thing, where
Yes.
it's like as more studios are bought up and part of large corporate structures,
Something has to fill that vacuum, and the indie companies step in to do that.
Exactly. There's, this can lead to more diverse and innovative gaming landscape, which I'm all for. Assuming, it's, I'm all for the creative side of things, as you can probably tell by this. It's tough to see, but maybe that is a silver lining.
Well, and the one advantage you get from the indie side of things is you don't get the corporate shield. You get idealism. You get companies that come in here with this idealistic view of, I'm going to make this for the fans. I'm going to listen to the fans, and I'm going to produce something for the fans. If it doesn't sell, then the corporate guys come in, they suck up the company, and then they move on. A lot of times, for the longest time, BioWare was of that philosophy of, you had a couple of regular guys there that wanted to make good games for people, and they did, until they sold their souls to EA and moved on.
We would all do it, let's be honest.
I would too. Hell, if I could get, a couple $1 million for this podcast, I'd sell it in a heartbeat.
Yeah, next episode we're gonna have McDonald's branding all around the place. Yeah, I highly recommend you play Sea of Stars because it is a very similar situation. I'm blanking on the name of the developers, but it's like that, where they made another game called The Messenger, but they all seem like very down to earth people. We have shifts in job roles. The industry may witness a shift in the types of roles that are in demand, with more emphasis on technologies like AI, VR, and cloud gaming. I don't know about VR. Are we done with VR?
I think VR is pretty much, although Apple wants to bring VR back, I think they're missing the boat.
They're going to make people spend like $10,000 for a headset.
So you can get freaky eyes on the outside of your headset.
Yeah. We talked about this already a little bit, but the impact on gaming quality and diversity. Layoffs can lead to reduced manpower, impacting quality. However, they can also force companies to focus on core competencies and produce higher quality titles, which is kind of what Sony's doing. They're spending and taking the time to have all these first party games that are, industry wide successes, commercially and critically, that sort of hold up the brand just by virtue of existing. And finally, employee well-being and industry reputation, which the gaming industry already has a pretty bad reputation in terms of like crunch culture, which is probably still happening. But I think it has been reduced because it was exposed a lot with how often a lot of these devs are crunching. And you hear stories from like 2005 of people pulling like 30-hour days. And it's like, oh my God, how did we let that happen? But hopefully that's a little bit better now.
And I've been on build teams, not for the gaming industry, but in the software industry, where we've put in 36, 48 hours straight to get a build out the door for, an artificial deadline that was set by a product manager because he made a promise to a customer. So it happens across the board.
Yeah. This might affect the ability to attract top talent in the future, which is true. If your industry has a terrible reputation and fires people all the time, people probably don't want to work for you.
Amen to that.
So yeah, I mean, that pretty much sums everything up. That covers the layoffs. Of course, we started off pretty positively. with the Game Awards. So,
So, considering the influence of economic fluctuations on the video game industry, how do you think companies can better prepare for market uncertainties to avoid drastic measures like layoffs, especially given the industry's recent success?
I don't know. Maybe pay higher ups less, which is never going to happen, but it's a suggestion. I know everybody turns to what was his name? He was a Nintendo CEO, Iwata maybe. Iwata, I forget his name, but Nintendo, when the Wii U came out and like completely failed, he ended up taking a pay cut so they didn't have to lay people off. Now everybody looks to that like it was a miracle because it kind of was,
Right.
and people don't. CEOs are never going to do that, but that would be nice if that was the alternative to laying people off. But it's just not. It's not the way that capitalism goes, unfortunately.
See, and I think it has to be research and development. I think if you got enough irons in the fire, if you throw enough stuff against the wall, something's going to stick. And if you've got a couple of games that are in there, you can tell after 2 or 3 years of development if your game's going to be a success, because at that point in time, you've trotted out previews at a couple of game shows, you've had some industry experts take a look at it, you've got some play time with it, and people need to be more antiseptic, I'll say, in their judgment of their products. If you get to that point and the product isn't very good, you need to cut your ties to it and move on.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because you should look into the development cycle of Redfall. We covered that last time I hosted for a gaming show, but since that game's come out and like is awful, devs have come out and said that like they knew this game was going to fail, but they had to release it anyway because you had to put something out, and it was like sunk cost fallacy where we spent all this time. We probably should cancel this game and rework it, but higher ups need us to release something, so here's what you get.
Well, and going back to one of my old favorites, Star Wars: The Old Republic, same thing. They spent almost 10 years of development on that, 6 of which was trying to build their own game engine before they realized they couldn't, and they wound up using a 10-year-old game engine to basically reskin the entire game for it. And then they released it, and within the first 6 months, they lost 50% of their subscribers because the game just wasn't up to what it was supposed to be. At some point in time, you need to have the sense to pull the plug on it.
Yeah.
And if you can do that, and you have other projects that are in the works that are under development, you shift your resources to something that's more promising.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll, with all these layoffs, and maybe somebody will learn something from it, hopefully.
Yep.
But yeah, so any final thoughts? I feel like we've covered a lot of this. We've shared our opinions.
We've beaten the horse quite well here.
Well, I guess that's going to wrap things up for today. Thank you so much for listening. Before we head out, we've got some more show plugs for you. If you haven't
But the
already,
first set wasn't enough.
I know the plug's so nice we do them twice. If you haven't already subscribed, what are you doing? Pause this, go subscribe, come back, rewind it, play from the beginning. You can subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, maybe Stitcher if it's still around, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, Amazon, and of course, Pandora. If you have any comments or questions about today's show, email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter. Some people call it X, insights_things. Twitch. If you have Amazon Prime, that means you've got Twitch Prime, and we'd love to have that Prime sub over at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, where some of you may be watching us live stream right now. Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Instagram at insightsintothings. And all of these links and so much more can be found on insightsintothings.com. That's going to wrap things up for today.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Stay safe, everybody.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to that sudden intro to Insights into Entertainment, episode 151, Indie Strikes Back, the Disney Fire Sale. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen. I don't think I changed that from the last one.
I don't think so. I think you kind of left it.
Because you were very busy today. I don't think you're rested and relaxed.
No, I am not.
How you doing today, dear?
I am doing well. How are you?
Doing okay. So we finally, we had some, I guess, entertainment news that was worthy of talking about.
True.
Anything else exciting happened since our last podcast?
I can't think of anything. I don't even remember.
It was only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it wasn't
long.
that long ago. No, I don't think anything
I
really.
think things have been kind of tame.
Yeah,
So
they normally are for us. So
usually, thankfully.
we're not at Comic-Con this week.
That's
San
true.
Diego.
That,
so.
Yeah, we didn't go out to San Diego for that. We don't have any conventions coming up anytime soon, do we?
No, because the last one, Fan Expo, we actually decided not to go to.
Yeah.
So I think the next one coming up is, I think there was a ZoloCon fall thing, and then RetroCon is the one that comes in September. So I don't think there's anything in the summer lineup for us.
Interesting. That's usually our season too to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, when a good one comes around, we'll cover it for everyone.
Absolutely.
So with the writers and actors on strike, box office numbers struggling to rebound after the pandemic, and missteps from streaming costing studios billions, what could Hollywood possibly do to save the day? Maybe have a fire sale. Make some money, or at least that's what Bob Iger's looking to do. But before we see our heroes on the picket lines or unemployment lines, we first saw them on the silver screen in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And we've got our thoughts on that and more coming up on this episode of Insights into Entertainment. But first, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and we're available anywhere you get a podcast: Google, Stitcher, Podbean, Pandora, wherever. I'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to cover. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can catch us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's do it. So, how not to handle a strike? So, everyone knows that the actors and the writers are on strike right now. It's kind of hard to miss the talent strikes happening across the entire entertainment industry at the moment. First, the Writers Guild of America went on strike in the name of fair wages and protections against AI encroachment, which I thought was kind of interesting. We didn't think AI was going to be destroying the world
soon.
through that method.
Right.
And then just recently, the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA. Boy, that just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
Sure does.
They joined them shortly afterward
Yes,
on the
they
picket
did.
line. So who are they fighting? So they're fighting the Hollywood studios, represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The producers are the bad guys, depending on your point of view, I guess.
In most cases, yeah.
So what's particularly curious about all this is how the Hollywood studios seemed to invite a strike, and then once they got one, they did everything in their power to inflame it even further. So this spring, it seemed like some Hollywood studios were actively itching for a writer's strike. Speculation about why exactly ran the gamut. Maybe it was to save a little money in the short run on shows the writers of Writers Guild were part of. But more obviously, it might be to secure the least costly compromise on issues like residuals and transparency about viewership.
So, as discussions broke down between the two parties and the SAG-AFTRA representatives, we're seeing a majority of their demands rejected despite a nearly unanimous strike vote. A Deadline story quoted unnamed executives detailing a strategy to bleed striking writers until they came crawling back. Further inflaming the issue were comments from well-known Hollywood executive Bob Iger of Disney saying, "There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic, and they are adding to the set of the challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive." Iger may have succeeded in looking like a cool, calm, and collected voice of the studio, but he actually opened a can of worms that simply egged on the SAG-AFTRA president, Fran Drescher. Her response was one that was up there with a battle cry, motivational speeches like that of which Hollywood has historically been known for. "We are the victims here," she said, marking the start of the actor strike. We are being victimized by the very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people that have been in this business are treating us. I cannot believe it, quite frankly, how far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right, then giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It's disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history." And this was a very funny meme that kind of popped up where, the woman we all thought would lead the rebellion against the machines and, the woman who actually ended up leading the rebellion against, the machines.
That is very funny.
Yeah. So Barry Diller, who is the chairman and senior executive of IAC and Expedia Group, and a former Hollywood chief, suggested that the studio executives and top-earning actors take a 25% pay cut to bring a quick end to the strike and help prevent the collapse of the entire industry. It's worth noting that at this time, the motion picture industry is still struggling to recover its box office numbers, which are nearly half of what they were pre-pandemic. It's also worth noting that in their haste to capitalize on the streaming bandwagon, many companies are in the red. Disney, Peacock, Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Discovery Plus have reportedly lost a combined $18 billion since 2020, which begs the question, can either side in this strike really afford it?
Yeah, I think that the sad thing here is obviously the fans are the ones that are going to be losing out.
Right.
In general.
Right.
The last time we had this, was it back in the 20-aughts or whatever when the last strike was, we wound up getting a rash of reality TV.
Well, and the one, I guess, positive is there's been such an influx between all of the different streaming services that have so much original content that's already there. So if nothing were to come back for a little while, there's plenty out there. It's just that you're not going to get anything new. So anything that people are waiting for, like a new season of Stranger Things or new things, that are on regular broadcast television, that's what's going to hurt. Whereas, somebody like a Netflix or, all of these other streaming services, they're probably not really going to be hurting because there's so much content that probably the average person hasn't gone through everything in the catalog yet.
Well, and that's also a good point because even Disney's getting to the point where their exclusive streaming content they're going to be releasing on network television. They have already announced they're releasing the Ms. Marvel series.
Right.
that was never intended to come out on network television.
Right, and I think there was something else from HBO that was going to
Right.
be released on, so that's how they're kind of balancing, okay, well, we have enough on our streaming, but what are we going to do on broadcast? Okay, well, now we'll start doing a little bit of this to make it happen.
So, of course, inflaming all this is the wage disparity between executives and the actors and writers who make up the union workforces on strike. So, just to put this into perspective, the average pay for top Hollywood executives climbed an average of 53% from 2018 to 2021, up to $28 million annually. And to put that further into perspective, you've got Bob Iger of Disney, who makes $31 million. Of course, he just renegotiated, so he's going to be making $1 million, but his incentives put him back up into the 20s. You have David Zaslav of Warner Brothers, who is compensated $39.3 million. Ted Sarandos of Netflix gets $50.3 million a year. Brian Roberts of Comcast is $32.1. Bob Bakish of Paramount is $32. And you have Tim Cook from Apple at the top at $99.4 million. Now, granted, Tim Cook, Apple does more than just streaming.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So there's a lot more going on there. So you could probably take, 60% of that out, and he'd still be in that third of the $40 million just for the streaming side of things.
Right.
So to contrast that, we take a look at the Writers Guild of America, and what their average writers make per year is about $250,000.
And that's probably on the high end for...
That's average. That's what your average writer makes. And your average SAG-AFTRA actor makes about $40,000. That's what blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, that average is low because you have the top 1% talent.
Right, that make $10 million a movie or something. Yeah.
Well, more than that.
Well, yeah.
So, taking a look at the top talent, you've got Tom Cruise, who in 2023, which is about half over, has taken in over $100 million. You have Will Smith, who took in $35 million just for his Apple TV Plus show, Emancipation. Now, that's a real slap in the face.
That was funny.
You have Leonardo DiCaprio, who brings in $30 million or more per project, as does Brad Pitt. You have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who routinely brings in $20 million per project. Now, I'd certainly like to smell what The Rock is smelling compensation-wise. Even Will Ferrell, who I'm not a big fan of him, I know a lot of people like him and think he's funny, he demands about $20 million per project as well. So the 1% of the club, really, they're the bulk of the actors that are involved here. Your extras, your bit parts, your character actors, the people that aren't your big Hollywood stars, they make up the bulk of the union.
Right.
And they're making an average of $40,000 a year.
Well, and some of them aren't even making that because in order to get benefits through the union, you have to be making a minimum of $24,000 a year. And there are so many
and I agree.
that
That's
aren't
why
even
these numbers are average
making
numbers.
that. Right.
So obviously,
no, I get it.
You got people making more, you got people making less.
And there was actually, something that I saw that said where you had about, if they took 25% off the top, and there was something that I saw that even said 2% of the top executive salaries. So 2% would be like nothing. Nobody would notice, but basically everybody that's in the union would be able to get coverage because of just that 2% off the top for everybody.
Right.
Now, what is interesting was I just saw briefly an article I didn't read fully, but there's one of the movie studios, A24, that they actually met all the negotiations. So anybody that's actually working with A24, with their production team, they're not striking because they said, okay, you want more money? Here's more money. The actors, you need more money. So they went, all of the demands that were asked for between the actors and the writers, they met them. So those people are working.
Right.
So You know.
So the vast majority of Hollywood really is made up of starving actors who live
yeah.
paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Now, being the person that I am, I want to ask the question, why not just go get a real job if you're not making it in acting? I understand it's a lot of people's dream.
Right.
But if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you can't make ends meet, maybe it's time to go get another job somewhere.
And in a lot of cases, they do have other jobs. They are doing other things. So.
Have you ever considered a career in truck driving? And I don't mean to sound callous about it, but
right.
if you're not, like, if I wanted to be a doctor and I'm a failed doctor and I can't do it, I'm not going to keep trying to be a doctor. I want to go do something else.
Right.
And in this case, it's the industry. The industry's not treating it right. If I work for a company and that company mistreats me, doesn't compensate me fairly for my work, doesn't provide benefits, I'm going to leave and go somewhere else and do something else.
I know. And many people do. And you see that time and time again where, unfortunately, the paparazzi are now, in the age that we're in, that everybody has a camera on their phone. Someone will go to the grocery store and, hey, aren't you, so-and-so? You used to be on television. Now you're bagging groceries. And you get belittled for going and earning an honest living and doing that in some cases.
And you know what? That stems from caring what other people think.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where I think a lot of people, they try and, okay, well, if I can't be on the screen, let me see if I can do behind the scenes and do something. So you see that too, where people try and, get into production or set design or something to kind of...
Or you turn into Kevin Sorbo and you just troll people on Twitter when you're not a successful actor.
Yeah, that too. So
really what the strike boils down to is two things. One, it's salaries. Mm-hmm. Really, it's three things. It's salaries because of the disparity between, and I don't know why you would pick on CEOs. I think the problem you have is that when you compare yourself to a CEO and you're an actor, the value that you lend to the franchise at that point in time is on a completely different measuring scale than what the CEO or what the executives bring. It's like you're comparing apples and oranges. So I think that's a problem right there, that you're comparing yourself to that. The other one that they have is residuals from streaming.
Right.
So the problem that you run into here is traditionally the studios are usually 2 or 3 steps behind technology.
Right.
They missed the ball on VHS and got screwed on that. They missed the ball on DVDs because they tried to encrypt them and they got screwed on that. So they kind of got out. This is the first time in decades that they got out ahead of things. Mm-hmm. And they got into streaming, and it was supposedly successful, even though they're $18 billion in the hole because they invested so much money in it. And the problem that you have is the previous contracts didn't... Streaming exploded so quickly, right. You couldn't have it in a contract before.
Well, and really it was because of the pandemic, because everything really changed in some respects for
yes
that.
And no. I mean, Netflix was a streaming juggernaut well before the pandemic.
Right.
Everybody saw that.
Right.
And was shocked that Netflix, because everyone had their content on Netflix.
Mm-hmm. True.
Everybody was shocked at how well Netflix did. And Netflix did so well because they just poured money hand over fist into original content.
Right.
They were in the red for years producing content.
Right.
Just to get it out there and get subscribers in. Mm-hmm. So you had technology explode, and the industry's trying to catch up to it now. You're also dealing with the industry at a very fragile state now. Your ticket sales, your box office ticket sales are about 50% what they were pre-pandemic. You've got streaming services that are hemorrhaging money to the point that they're pulling back on projects now because they can't afford to keep making new content. So to strike now, when the industry is at its weakest, to a certain extent, I think Iger's right in that it's a really bad time to do this because you're really going to hurt the industry. What's going to happen here is they'll resolve this strike, obviously, at some point in time. But how many people are going to be out of a job because you're going to have studios that are cutting budgets back because of the losses they're already incurring, plus the losses that they're incurring because of the strike? So you may see as much, I've seen speculation up to a 30% cut in the workforce in the industry. Is that really the union benefiting its employees at that point in time? Where, okay, you can get your 20% raise, but you're out of a job now. Good luck finding a job at that rate.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. And then finally, the third one they're complaining about is AI. Now, AI, there's a couple of different aspects of AI. One is the writing. You know, you can go out and have some AI system write a script for you. The AI that's out there today isn't good enough to write a Hollywood script.
Right.
Because all it does is it parrots what's out there already.
Right.
So you're not going to, it's good to help supplement or to start or whatever. It's not going to replace writers.
Right.
So that's an irrational fear right now. The other fear is deep fakes,
Right.
where you've got industries where you can produce somebody else's likeness. Well, there's already laws for that. You don't need to have something in your contract. If somebody uses your likeness, like you can't make Indiana Jones without Harrison Ford.
Right.
You can digitally reproduce them, and they did. They de-aged him and they digitally reproduced them. But if they did that without Harrison Ford's permission and involvement, he would have sued them.
Well, and I think that's what a lot of these background actors are concerned about who are on that bottom level, is that they're going to go in and do something and there's going to be something in the contract saying, you know, oh, we now own your likeness, and it's going to be, you know, hidden somewhere.
And then they can still do that. There's nothing that says they can't do that. So you need to have an agent that's going to read your contract for you.
That's the thing, is that they're trying to protect, to make sure that's not something that's added on because it's now so easy to do.
But that's not something you can expect to use as a bargaining chip in a negotiation for a strike. That's something that's a negotiating point when you negotiate your contract. So make sure that your agent and your lawyer know how to read a contract.
Right.
So I'm kind of hesitant on giving them credit for that one here, but salary-wise, I'll totally give you that. Streaming, you know, we covered the what was the one with her studio where Disney didn't want to pay her?
Oh, Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson,
That
yes.
was the kind of the start of everything.
So Disney basically engaged in a contract with her that said they'd pay her a certain % for ticket sales at the box office.
Right.
Then the pandemic hit, and they released it streaming.
Right.
And they said, oh, but we don't have an agreement on streaming. And they pretended as though they could just do whatever they wanted with it at that point in time.
Right.
When in reality, you didn't have an agreement for streaming. So you legally have no rights to stream it. It's not that you don't have to pay me for it.
Right.
So they wound up settling that out of court, though. But that's another, you know, instance of how streaming, it's so new that the industry it's falling over itself now to try to figure out what to do with it.
Right.
So anyway, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about Disney's fire sale. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back, everyone. So, how much would Disney go for in a fire sale? Probably outside of our price range. But in a recent interview for Squawk Box, conducted by David Faber, held at a media conference in Sun Valley, Idaho, Iger's made some volatile comments he's since been trying to walk back from. The initial questions revolved around the impact of the writers and the actors' strike, but quickly moved to business matters that may have revealed more information than Iger was originally intended to go public at the time. During the interview, he indicated that ABC and its local stations may not be core to the Walt Disney Company. The interviewer speculated about a possible sale, and Iger said, "We have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses." Bloomberg reports that with cable television on the decline, Iger wants to sell most of Disney's TV assets, mainly ABC, Freeform, and FX.
Well, Bob Iger had made it clear that he's looking to sell some of the company's TV and streaming assets. Rumors have been swirling for months in the industry that Disney may even be considering selling the entire company. Disney's streaming services have been losing money and subscribers. Disney lost 4 million subscribers last quarter. Streaming is expected to have hit a total loss of $800 million in the third quarter. According to Bloomberg, Iger wants to completely sell or restructure Disney's TV and streaming business in India, where Disney Plus has had its biggest losses. Disney Plus Hotstar, the region's version of Disney Plus, lost streaming rights to Indian Premier League cricket matches, leading to the service losing 3.8 million subscribers in quarter one and 4.6 million subscribers in quarter two. Despite the recent setbacks, Iger looks to double down on streaming with his plan to hold on to Hulu. Disney will launch a combined app for Hulu and Disney Plus later this year, though Disney will more than likely have to buy Comcast's 33% stake in Hulu in 2024.
So experts speculate that selling Disney's TV networks could get them about $8 billion, which could help offset the cost of that last third. Potential buyers would be financial entities like private equity firms. Iger also wants to hang on to ESPN, but is looking for a partner for a sports network. Potential partners include sports companies and Apple. Speaking of Apple, there have been rumors since Iger's return last November that he will sell all of Disney to the tech company. At the time, Iger called these rumors nothing more than speculation, but the sale still seems to be a possibility. Bob Iger isn't known for selling. During his first tenure as Disney CEO, he acquired Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilms, which have all proven successful purchases.
According to Bloomberg, TV generated 35% of Disney's revenue, about $24.8 billion, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and over 50%, $7.5 billion, of its operating income. Contrast that against the massive losses from streaming, and it's a bit of a head-scratcher as to why he'd want to keep the loser and sell the winner. Disney Plus was Iger's baby before he retired the first time around. Launched under his part-time successor, Bob Chapek, it met with initial success despite its surprisingly discounted monthly rate, but quickly started hemorrhaging subscribers, failing to offset the high costs of their premiere productions. It's also worth noting that Iger got his start not just in TV, but in ABC. When the Walt Disney Company acquired ABC in 1995, they acquired Iger, and he worked his way up to the CEO of the entire company over the next decade, finally landing the top spot in 2005 after Michael Eisner was ousted. Iger was CEO until retiring in 2020, but returned to the position in November 2022 after they kicked Bob Chapek back out. So, what do you think? Do you think selling it off piecemeal is worthwhile? Or do you think they should sell the entire thing at one time?
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So it kind of reminds me of the documentary that we watched on Marvel and the history of Marvel and how that went. And you kind of see how, okay, you had Marvel and they weren't doing well, so they sold this entity to this to this one, this to this one, and this to this one. And then while it worked for them, it kind of made a mess of things because you had this company that could do this and this company that could do this. But if you had this company that wanted to do something joint, they couldn't without trying to jump through hoops to pay all these other people. So if you were to do that, I could see that kind of happening with Disney, where certain things with Disney would succeed, and then I think certain things with Disney would kind of fall flat if you just kind of sold it off to the highest bidder, to do one or the other. ESPN, does that need to still be with Disney? I think ESPN could go anywhere. Like, there's not enough crossover with ESPN and anything else with Disney. Okay, so Disney, down in Orlando, they have the Wide World of Sports. That's really the only kind of tie-in between the two.
That was ABC, though.
Right. So, so I don't really see an issue if you said, okay, we're going to sell that part off to somebody else. The network TV stuff, I guess maybe you could kind of let that go to somebody else, because right now there's a partnership, because every now and then there'll be, a Disney movie or something. And then, of course, they tried with the whole Disney Plus thing with Dancing with the Stars. The last season of it, instead of putting it on network television, they only had it streaming on Disney Plus, and they saw their numbers go down. So what are they doing this season? It's going to be back, on regular television, and then they'll, put the episodes on Disney Plus after the fact. So, kind of going back to how they were. So I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. I obviously I don't want Apple to buy them just because I'm anti-Apple, but that's just me. But then again, maybe, Apple getting into it, maybe we'd see things get updated in the parks and things like that haven't, that have been neglected over the years. So I don't know. I'm kind of...
Well, and I think you raise a couple of very good points. One being, the things that he seems to want to hold on to are the ones that are the most logical to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones he's saying he wants to get rid of are the money makers that are the most logical ones to hold on to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, ESPN can be parceled off and sold off either on its own or to somebody else and have zero effect on Disney whatsoever. Nothing's tied to ESPN. Why Disney even has it still is amazing to me. But ABC, ABC has been their premier broadcast network for decades now.
Mm-hmm.
It's been there for special events. It's been there for special releases. It doesn't make sense, especially considering it's making money. And it's making a lot of money, apparently. So why would you get rid of that? So these statements from him almost seem like false flags to me. Like, he's throwing stuff out there. He's testing the waters and seeing what kind of reaction he's going to get. Is somebody going to make him an offer? What kind of offer are they going to make? He's also not talking about selling off anything other than streaming and television right now.
Right.
So you've got production studios. You've got all your intellectual property that he's still holding on to and not talking about selling. You've got your parks that he's got that he's not talking about. So I think what they're running into is streaming. They went about it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
When they went into streaming, they went into it, unlike everything else Disney does, they went into it on the cheap.
Right.
The price that they released their streaming service at was a fraction, literally 50% off of what every other streaming service was. And the production value that they were putting into it, which shows like The Mandalorian and everything else, they were spending a fortune on. They were making essentially feature-length movies in each of those episodes
Right.
and spending a lot of money on it.
Yeah, yeah.
So it almost sounds like it's a little bit of regret on how they launched their streaming, but I think it's almost him trying to shake up the industry, try to shake up the executives at Disney to realize that there's a awakening coming and something has to give. He's not going to be there that much longer.
Right.
I don't think there's enough time for him to start selling off assets,
Right.
even with the contract extension he just got. So I think what he's really trying to do, since he renegotiated his contract and he's looking for the incentive bonuses, is he's trying to kick people in the pants and get them moving to get some money so that he can get his bonuses.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they sold off anything in the next 2 to 3 years. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's, again, testing the waters, seeing what's out there, seeing, like, hey, I might be interested in selling, the Louvre, and, oh, how much are you going to give me for it? How much is it worth to you? And kind of seeing, okay, where's that going to put me at the end of the deal?
Well, and that's the thing.
know.
Like, so if somebody comes in and starts speculating and saying, "I'm going to give you $5 billion for ABC," you have any idea what that's going to do to their stock price? And all he's trying to do is boost the stock price. If he can do it by, basically doing what Elon Musk does, going out there saying stupid stuff to change your stock
Right.
price,
Right.
that works too, as long as the stock price goes up and it stays there.
Yeah.
If he, I think he's trying to generate this idea of value. Like, I know what we have is valuable. I want somebody else to tell me how valuable
Right,
it is and tell the
right.
rest of the world
Right.
so that people realize how valuable we are.
Sure.
So I think it's a lot of bluster right now.
I can see that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm an Apple person. I don't want to see Apple acquire Disney either, but that's just me. So anyway, we're going to take our second break and we'll be back with our review of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I'll give you my take on it first, and then you can give yours. So I went out and did a little bit of research to see what the critics said, and RogerEbert.com's review of the movie hit the nail on the head, where they described it as never boring but never really entertaining at the same time. Overall, it was at about the level of a streaming miniseries that's probably where it would have been best showcased. It wasn't worth a big screen adventure, and it certainly wasn't worthy of capping off such an illustrious series. But that phrase, in fact, I think, has to be drawn into question. When only 2 of the 5 movies in the franchise are illustrious and exceptional, should we really be looking back so fondly on the Indiana Jones franchise as we do? I think it's more nostalgia than anything else. But let's take a deeper look at the movie, without giving away too many spoilers. So hands down, and we'll take a look at the series real quick too. So hands down, the best movie in the series was Raiders of the Lost Ark. It lit the spark for the franchise, and it reinvigorated the entire movie genre going forward. When we get to the Temple of Doom, it's a mediocre showing with a weak cast, limited sets, lackluster special effects, and an uninteresting story. But it was a sequel, so expectations were low. We get to The Last Crusade, and it was an absolute masterpiece and dispelled any doubts about sequels being subpar. It recaptured the original spirit of Raiders, and it gave us what we thought would be, at that time, a fitting end to the saga, especially the name, Last Crusade. That would have worked. Then we get to Crystal Skull, a movie that had such potential, so many opportunities to do the right thing, and seemed so deliberately self-sabotaging to make us cringe at the thought of watching it again. Because I did. I sat down and watched them all with our daughter because she hadn't seen them all. The Dial of Destiny. See, it's not even a memorable title. The Dial of Destiny falls somewhere between Crystal Skull and Temple of Doom. It wants to be a classic indie adventure, but lacks the inspiration. Much like the previous failed movies, the object of the adventure is a weak plot point pulled from a known existing museum piece, combined with a plot that pushes it beyond the realm of believability. And that's where the movie loses me and so many other fans, is they push it to the point of ludicrousness. And it was just flat. It had no emotion. It had no oomph. It felt old and tired and weak. I mean, granted, Harrison Ford's like 97 now or something like that.
81.
There's only so much oomph you can get from the man at this point in time.
But for 80 years old, he's not, sitting in a nursing home, drooling in a corner. So you gotta kind of give him, credit for that, I guess.
So what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I don't know. I think I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It was, it definitely wasn't one of the better, but it definitely wasn't at the bottom where, Crystal Skull was. I know when we went and saw that in the theater, we kind of left the theater going, really? That's where you went with it? Like, huh, okay. So, so going into this, it was like, okay, they have to do something better, and they did. So it was definitely better. And again, interesting little plot twist that you kind of have going on with it. Again, was it realistic? Well, some of the stuff that happened in Raiders really wasn't realistic. It was supernaturally. So you can kind of go, okay, every movie kind of has that aspect of some, make-believe magic thing, going on. There were some touching moments. There were some sad moments of it. The one thing was like everybody that Indy is meeting up with is getting killed off. You have somebody you're like, yeah, I'm going to help you. But, oh, you're dead. Oh, I'm going to help you. Oh, you're dead. It's like, nobody help him. You're going to die. Haven't you learned your lesson? So that was kind of interesting. The bad guy is a bad guy, but he's trying to make things better for bad guys is really what it comes down to, and the little things that go back and forth. But yeah, in some cases it kind of felt flat, but he's also 80 years old. So yeah, the fact that he's kind of tired, and the one premise behind it is he's getting ready to finally retire from teaching. And it's like, great, now I can't retire because now I gotta go across the world and try and look for this last, adventure. So it was, again, it was definitely, it kept moving. There weren't too many slow parts, but like, they had said in the review, it was like, okay, there was so much going on, but yet nothing was going on. Like, did you need to have all of that?
Right. It was just make busy stuff.
Right.
It didn't drive a plot or anything.
Right.
I mean, they would have been better off calling it Indiana Jones and the Search for Social Security. I mean, that's really what it felt like.
Yeah.
It's like, I got nothing out of it. Like I walked out of there thinking, oh, okay, well, let's watch the next episode next week. And it almost felt like it's a serial that left it hanging.
Yeah.
Like, and it's supposed to be the last one.
Right.
So I think the series would have done so much better had they just not done the last two movies and ended it with Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. No, I could totally agree.
I would have been perfectly fine with it. But to my point, you've got 5 movies in this series, and only 2 of them are good. Is it really a great series at that point? I mean, yeah, if you're a baseball player, you know, you're batting .250 at that point. Like it's not incredible. I can't get excited about that at this point, and it's almost like they're doing a discredit to the franchise. Crystal Skull was just abysmal.
Well, it's kind of funny if you go to Hollywood Studios in Disney and they have the Indiana Jones stunt show. It's all stuff based on Raiders of the Lost Ark. They've never incorporated with all of these other movies. They've never changed the script to match where other theme park things. You have, Pirates of the Caribbean that they made a movie based on the ride, so then they went back and added aspects of the movie to the ride, and every time a new movie came out, they would change the ride, where here you have something where, nope, this is the only thing that we've done, and that's what we leave it at.
It's almost like they made the movie because they couldn't end the franchise on Crystal Skull because it was so bad. So I think they thought it would be successful as long as it wasn't as bad as Crystal Skull. And it wasn't. So I think it's mission accomplished for them.
Right.
But the movie didn't need to be made.
I think it would have been better off if they had done it like a streaming, a six-part episode.
Yeah.
And that's how you would have.
That would have worked just fine.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I wouldn't go and pay for it knowing what I know now. I'd wait for it to come out on streaming. That's just me.
And kind of going, leading back to where everything was. Now you're seeing movies that they're only out in the theater for 3 months and then they're available to stream. So a lot of people,
which is another reason why Disney's losing money on streaming.
Right, and that's kind of going back to, so people are like, well, why should I go to the movie theater when I'll be able to just watch it in my home, and I'll be able to pause it and get a drink and a snack. And, if something comes up, I can finish the movie tomorrow. I don't have to sit and waste, 3 hours.
That's a reflection of them not knowing what to do with the new technology.
Right.
And they're basically abusing themselves with this technology because they don't know how to use it.
Right.
So I think that was all we had today.
Yep.
Before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write in and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We stream 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at insightsintothings.
And you can find all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 150, a strong finish. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well now that I've gotten everything back up and running here.
And you're not cursing or...
It shocks me. We just did a podcast yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Everything worked perfectly fine throughout the whole thing. Didn't do anything to configuration, came in, turned everything back on, and nothing worked.
And nothing works, of course. That's how it always is, isn't it?
I love technology.
Yes, you do.
That is the bane of my existence most days. So we're back after a relatively long hiatus.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last.
It's been quite some time, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while for us at least.
We have. We've been recording our other ones. We haven't found all that much to talk about, really.
Right, because we kind of feel like we're in a little bit of a rut.
Yeah.
Where we're not sure where we want to go with things. And, for those of you listening, watching, maybe give us some ideas. What is it that you like about our podcast? What don't you like about our podcast? What can we do to improve?
Yeah.
What would you like to hear us talk about or not talk about or review or whatnot? I think that's where we kind of were feeling like we were more like an entertainment show.
Yeah, well, Insights in Entertainment kind of would have made sense being an entertainment show.
Right, but like an Entertainment Tonight or
right,
something.
we were doing too much news reporting and
Right. And it was something where we wanted to be topical, but we also didn't want it to be, this person passed away or, this thing or that thing.
Well, we didn't want to regurgitate somebody else's news stories and just stick to that.
Right. So we're still kind of trying to figure out what it is that we want, I guess. And so again...
It took us 140 some episodes to realize we didn't like what we were doing. Go figure.
Well, no, we've had different variations throughout the 150 episodes.
We have. We've tried different things.
Some podcasts don't even make it to 150.
That's true. That's very true.
So there's that. So again, still trying to figure out what we want to be when we grow up.
Right. If we want to grow up.
If we want to grow up. Well,
that seems to be the real challenge.
Yeah. No.
But after a long hiatus, we're back in a revamped studio. We completely redid the studio. We upgraded some of our equipment. If you have watched previous episodes of the podcast, you'll notice that our positions are reversed, so we changed things up dramatically there.
Yep.
And we had some interesting experiences to share. First that we're going to talk about was from a trip we took up to Niagara Falls a few weeks back. Had fun with that. That was
we did.
Interesting. Mm-hmm. Sad little town because I didn't have my passport and Maddie didn't have hers, so we couldn't go into the fun part of Niagara Falls, which is the Canadian side.
We'll get more into that when we start. But and
we have a new convention in town, which we attended. That was potentially a really good convention. They just didn't advertise.
Right.
So hopefully the poor turnout didn't turn them off, and they will be back.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wrap up with some thoughts on a few of our favorite shows coming to an end. And then we have some afterthoughts that I just threw in literally in the last 5 minutes to finish things off with. But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. And as always, you can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I'd also invite you to write in, which, we've already solicited your input here, but you can email that over to us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, here we go. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Strong National Museum of Play, which when we were up in Niagara Falls, we actually went out to Rochester for a day trip because it's a bit of a ride from Niagara Falls, and found that we probably needed much more than one day to do this museum.
Yeah, it was definitely, we spent pretty much the whole day there, and we still didn't get to see everything. There were a few areas that we were just tired because we didn't expect to have so much to see. And we kind of said, if we ever come back to the area, we would probably do an overnight in Rochester, just because Rochester had so many different things to see and do that we didn't get a chance to do. So now this was something you had heard about the museum. You remembered it from a show that you watch.
Yes, it had appeared. In fact, they had a display at the museum.
Right.
It was the most appearing facility on the TV show that I watch called Mysteries at the Museum that goes around and profiles different exhibits at various museums, and it was there. It appeared on the show, I think, 17 times.
Yeah, something like that.
So that was where I had heard about it, and on the drive up, I was looking for things that we could do, and it came up in there, and I thought, hey, that would be really neat, but not on the way up because we knew it was going to take some time.
Right, because at first we were like, all right, well, do we do it on our way to Niagara? Do we take it as a day trip? And as it turned out, because we really didn't have anything planned for our trip, we said, okay, well, this will be the day that we'll go. And it ended up probably being the highlight of our trip, besides the one restaurant that we really enjoyed. But that's a whole other...
We'll plug them too by the time we're done here.
Sure.
But yeah, no, the Strong National Museum of Play, also known as just the Strong, is in Rochester, New York. It was established in 1969. Based initially on a personal collection of a Rochester native, Margaret Woodbury Strong, the museum opened to the public in 1982 after several years of planning, cataloging, and exhibition development for the museum's new building in downtown Rochester, which the building itself is just amazing to see. It's massive. It's got probably one of the most incredible designs I've ever seen for a museum itself, both inside and outside, and it's just a wonder to see.
Yeah. So for at least 15 years after its opening, the mission of the museum was to interpret the social and cultural history of average Americans between 1830 and 1940. Under the direction of H.J. Swiney and William T. Anderson, Mrs. Strong's collection of dolls and toys, American and European decorative arts, prints, paintings, Japanese crafts, and advertising provided a firm foundation for this mission and were supplemented with collections purchased and donated to more fully support the museum's early mission. The museum received considerable local and national publicity and support and substantial financial support from the National Endowment for the Humanities Exhibition and Public Programs Division.
And in the 1990s, the museum's board of trustees and director changed the museum's mission to collecting, preserving, and interpreting the history of play. Since then, it was refined and has increased its collections, hundreds of thousands of them. And believe me, we didn't get to see them all. There's so many there.
Right.
It's been expanded twice, and in 1996, it was expanded twice in 97 and 2006. The museum is now one of the 5 play partners of the Strong, which is also home to the National Toy Hall of Fame, the International Center for the History of Electronic Games, and the Brian Sutton Smith Library and Archives of Play, and produces the American Journal of Play.
The National Museum of Play is the only collections-based museum anywhere devoted solely to the study of play. And although it is a history museum, it has the interactive characteristic of a children's museum, making it the second largest museum of that type in the United States. The museum includes exhibits that interpret the key elements of play, as well as allow guests to explore the worlds of Sesame Street, the Berenstain Bears, Reading Adventureland, and the Dancing Wings Butterfly Garden.
The museum's exhibits are immersively themed for video games, storybooks, television shows, education, nature, history, comic books, carousel, and train rides, and they do have a massive carousel there, and children's lifestyles. E-Game Revolution is the first permanent video game exhibit in the U.S. and includes the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The National Toy Hall of Fame is at the museum. Dancing Wings Butterfly, as we mentioned already, features thousands of butterflies and is the largest indoor butterfly garden in New York. The Berenstain Bears Down a Sunny Dirt Road is an original permanent exhibit produced in partnership with the Berenstain family. So I was in awe, really, of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was just shocking, the size, the quality of the collection. One of the things that really kind of caught my attention was a number of the exhibits were interactive in that they would ask your input. And as you provided your input, they would tally the input of the visitors and use it in the various studies that they do, that they release in their magazines and books. So it was kind of neat being able to be part of that, you know, a little bit of part of that history and that knowledge that's preserved there. But unfortunately, we just didn't get to see the whole thing. We didn't have enough time to see the whole thing.
Right, because again, it was just one exhibit after another, and it was like, well, what's around this corner, and what's this corner, and it was just so well done. And what was interesting was going back, which I did today, because they did have a bunch of different plaques about Margaret Woodbury Strong and her background, and she was an only child, and her parents were very affluent, and she traveled a lot with her parents. So by the time she was 11, she had probably seen more of the world than most people do in a lifetime. And because of that, she would always collect little toys and treasures from these trips. And her parents were also collectors as well. You know, her father collected coins and her mother collected Japanese art. So it was kind of like the hobby of collecting things. And that's how her personal collection actually started, to the point where she actually built 2 wings onto her house in Rochester to display these things, and would have people come to her house and sign a little guest registry that they had been there. And over time, that was when the Historical Society kind of came in and said, hey, we really should do something with these. And that was kind of the start of the museum. And when she passed away, she had willed all of the items to start this foundation. So, you know, it was all started just by a little girl collecting, you know, toys, and just at the time to be able to see. And that's what's so interesting is, you know, some of the sections, they kind of go through the history of, here's the history of a doll, you know, from the 1800s to now. And it's so well done and so well preserved. And then you have, you know, the board game section, and here's what board games were like in the 1800s to now. And again, just the video game section, which was we probably could have spent so much more time
Yeah.
just with the video games and the history of the video games and how it's evolved. And you figure the video games, that's a much smaller window of time that they have been around versus, you know, some of the other things. So it was just so much to do, and for all ages, because, and it was funny because when we were thinking about going, we know of the Please Touch Museum in Philly. And that's one of those things where little kids go. Once your kids get to a certain age, you don't usually go back there. But with this, there were people there that didn't have kids who were visiting the museum because there's just so much to see and do. It's a real museum. And for, you know, the kids at heart or you know, you've played, you know, anybody that goes there, you're going to find something that you've played with that was in your personal collection there. And, you know, just finding the history of Legos and how Legos kind of came to be. And that was really fascinating, and all the different things.
Well, and the other thing that really kind of struck me was that the entire facility was geared towards play and entertainment, to the point that even when we went to get lunch, the cafeteria where they served lunch, you had a skywalk that you could do, and it was various levels, and the kids strapped into these harnesses and could walk the sky over your head while you're sitting there eating.
Lunch.
or even when we left, they had a little coffee shop when you come in and you leave, where you just stop and get a little snack, a little pastry, have a little refreshment. But they've got board games on the shelf there that you can just pull those out and just play those while you're sitting there eating. So, like, literally everything that they had there was geared towards it. It was one of the most immersive experiences in the spirit of what the museum stood for that I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh, and the other thing that was really interesting was they had books all over the place that you could take out from their library. So obviously we couldn't have done it because we're not local. I'm sure that, you know, it's something where you go to check it out, but you know, hey, if your little Tommy's reading a book and thought it was really cool, we'll borrow it. It's a big giant library with everything else.
Yeah, well, and even to that point, over where the Berenstein Bears is, they have an entire storybook area, and it's not just a place where you can sit and read. It's a place where they've got the props and they've got the toys and they've got the scenery. It's a place where the books that the kids are reading can come to life right in front of you there.
Right.
I can't imagine driving somebody's imagination any better than that. The one was the mystery room.
Yes.
Talk about that for a little bit.
That was kind of really cool. We kind of came around this corner and it was kind of set up like a haunted house. But what was awesome was it had like secret passageways where you could go behind the walls and spy on the people that were in the room.
Through the portrait. You could look through the eyes of the portrait.
You could look through the portrait. And then when you were on the other side, there was an area where there were buttons to do sound effects. So you could make it sound like a screeching cat or a ghost or chains and scare the people that are in the other room. So, you know, that was just really neat. One of the other sections that Maddie and I had gone to, where it was kind of the fairy tale area, they had a big, giant, and they had like a pirate ship. Well, you could walk across the pirate ship, and then there was a bridge, and then there was like a little nook area where you could kind of sit and just read if you wanted to. That was up back, hidden away, away from everything. So all these little nooks and crannies of places to go and hide and explore. And when you get someplace, oh, look, there's a plaque and here's some information about a story that this is based upon or something. So just really cool. Just so much to see and do. Where it would really be nice to go back there and spend 2 days doing it.
I think we need to figure out a way to plan to get back up in that area and see the other stuff that's up there.
The Rochester Institute of Technology, since we're going to be visiting some colleges this coming year.
That is true. So anyway, that was the Strong Museum of Play that we went to, and there'll be links in the show notes.
Did you have a video for that?
Oh, actually, I think I did, and I didn't play it. I guess I should have probably have played that, huh? We probably could have talked over the
It's
video.
okay. We liked it so much, we'll do it again.
They had a giant Mr. Potato Head that was a remote control Mr. Potato Head you could play with.
Oh, and the superhero section, which was...
Their superhero section was huge.
Yeah.
They had interactive things that you could do there. You could great picture opportunities for it. So,
more of the little fairy tale
gingerbread house. You had
section.
a castle there. You had a dragon. You know, everything was so interactive.
Oh, this was one of the hidden nook areas, you know, and then again, Harry Potter stuff, Narnia stuff. So up until, you know, current items,
And
obviously.
some of this stuff was like literally museum grade things that you would not normally find in stores and stuff as well. Oh, and they had a train. Yeah, they had a train inside too.
Right. They did actually have, and then the different, you know, school area type things. Then a whole huge section of Sesame Street with a huge Big Bird and play area and stuff. And then here's part of the history of the dolls.
And the dolls were one of the interactive ones too, where you got they asked you a series of questions about the dolls. They showed you like the 1860s dolls and the moderns, and they asked simple questions like, are these the same type of play? And they went into
and
details.
of course the little play Wegmans that you could go into and shop, which was adorable because we love Wegmans. And then Snoop, you know, basically any character, you know, and our daughter loves SpongeBob, so that was, woo, yay, SpongeBob was there.
The video game section was because it was a walk down memory lane to begin with, because it was a lot of home video games and stuff like that. A lot of classic World War II era type toys that were in there that you just don't see, and tons of Star Wars. They had probably 4 or 5 different Star Wars displays, which is,
and it was Star Wars of every generation, you know, between the old, the new, the original.
No sequels though, which I was okay with.
You were totally okay with that. Buffy was even represented.
Action figures had their own section there, which was awesome. They had the original Promise Box for the 1978 Star Wars figures. And then just classic toys that if you saw anywhere else, they would look like creepy dolls.
Right, but when they're all put together,
presented so well here that you could appreciate the history.
Yeah. And you go, oh, wow. And again, you go, I had that, or, you know.
And that was every corner you turn. Oh, I had that. I played with that.
Or my neighbor had that. Right. I've played with that before. I had that before.
Remember, they had the light bright section there. In the video game section, they even had recovered a copy of the E.T.
the E.T. game
that was buried out in the desert.
That was funny.
So that was interesting.
And I tried playing that and realized, wow, this game really does stink.
Oh, and their dollhouse section.
Oh my gosh.
They had every possible dollhouse room imaginable.
Right.
On display.
And like multiple houses and basically explaining how dollhouses, here's the first Lego set. But with the dollhouses, talking about how usually it was a model of the child's own house, made with pieces from their house, and, you know, kind of the history of how dollhouses kind of came to be, and that the idea behind, you know, a dollhouse was to, you know, a little girl to be prepared to be a mom and have her own house.
And you learned that Samsonite was the first dealer in the United States for Legos.
I went, luggage?
Yeah.
What? You bought a piece of luggage and you got a Lego house? What? How'd that happen? So that was, you know, amazing to see. And of course, you know, then you
Solitaire.
See Solitaire.
Right. So you had Solitaire. And there was like, it was a dedicated display just for Solitaire, because it had the old mouse and everything with it,
and which my mom had, so it was kind of funny. And the World Almanac to play, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
Right.
Because you didn't have Google to look up things.
And that's the thing with a lot of their displays. It wasn't just, oh, here's the topic. It's here's all the supporting things that went around with it.
Right.
That made it all that more familiar for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good that we took all these pictures because we were running out of time to, here's the whole thing with the ET, being buried and stuff like that. But just to be able to go back and look and see what we missed, really, but yet at least got pictures of. And
well, and what was neat was they gave it all to you mostly in chronological order, so you could actually see the evolution, whether it was the evolution of play, the evolution of the technology. You could see how you got from the 1970s, I'll say, which is kind of where I pick things up until modern times, and you can see how the technology's changed, and you realize people still play the same way.
Right.
That really hasn't changed all that much. It's just the toys, the tools that we use to play.
We're a little bit more sophisticated with the way.
Absolutely.
But to be able to play some of these older toys would be...
the selection of board games that they have was mind-blowing.
Board games I didn't even know existed.
And they even, they still take donations of toys and games and stuff like that. And they'll curate them. They'll get the backstory for them. And, they make them available on display. I can only imagine if that's everything that they've got on display there. What do they have that they don't have room for right now that they haven't put on display yet?
You know that they probably, move stuff in and out, change the displays, every now and then. So, yeah, I can't even imagine what their back room looks like.
And the technology that they had on display, they had one room where it was probably a massive wall that was, 50 feet long, and it had projections on it, projectors, throwing various interactive things on there. But you could walk into the projection and actually interact with the displays. You could, like, it was a kid's toy room that they were displaying.
That was part of the Toy Hall of Fame display.
You could walk over,
which is what these pictures are showing.
Virtually pick something up off the shelf and play with it or bounce a ball or whatever.
Right.
And then you had the one wall that was the tall screen that you were able to do interactive bubble popping and stuff like that with. So just a lot of different things to keep you occupied, to keep your mind engaged, and to just have fun.
Yeah, and that was really the whole point of it. So,
So the Strong Museum of Play in Rochester, New York. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about one of the newer conventions that came to town this past May. It was called Contropolis, PA, and this year it was held at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. It's organized by Altered Reality Entertainment, and they are the producers of the Rhode Island Comic Con, which is the largest pop culture event in New England, and it come, and this is the first time that they've done something in the Philly area.
That's pretty cool. It was huge. They had, I think, 4 halls I think they had open for it.
Yeah, I think so.
They had the cars. They had tons and tons of vendors, and vendors that we hadn't even seen before.
Right, because a lot of the vendors were from the New England area.
Right.
Because we did talk with a few of them just to kind of see, how things had been, because we had gone, did we go on Saturday or did we go on Sunday?
We went on Sunday.
We went on Sunday, and we, and normally we go on Sundays, and Sundays are usually a little quieter, but it just seemed very quiet. So we had asked, were you guys busy, Friday and Saturday? And they said, the crowds really weren't that big, and it seemed that they really hadn't advertised it.
Right. And there was a
much.
lot of stuff going on in Philly that weekend. They had playoffs for one of the sports teams going on, and a bunch of other things were going on that weekend. So it was kind of a perfect storm of things that played against their ability to really put people in the convention there. But the vendors, they had a lot of vendors that were there. They had some vendors who didn't come back in for Sunday, I think, because they were
because there were some empty spots.
But the vendors that they had there were quality products that they had there. In fact, we found a new vendor that we wound up buying quite a bit of merchandise
You wound
from.
up buying a lot.
What did I get? I got the
Red 5, that was them.
Red 5, yeah. So
that's me trying to convince our daughter to
right. So Maddie bought her SpongeBob. What kind of backpack was it?
Loungefly.
Loungefly backpack. I bought my Ray Force Effects lightsaber.
I bought a Haunted Mansion keychain.
You didn't really spend all that much there.
No, I didn't.
And I wound up scoring another Darth Vader statue from a different vendor as well. Tons of artists, and I love the way they did it too, because they mixed their artists in with their vendors.
Right, so that it's not just...
You didn't have a dedicated artist alley, so it was a nice mix. You could get in there. You weren't elbow to elbow with people. They arranged everything, plenty of room. They arranged everything with sufficiently wide aisles. Which that's the one thing I hate, especially when we went to New York Comic Con.
Right, that's probably our biggest
on people.
Yeah, our biggest gripe with New York.
You had a great mix of comic book vendors, pop culture vendors. We're looking at a toffee vendor there.
Yeah, there was something for everybody. It was a very nice mix. You had the homemade stuff. That's always nice. You have a couple of different authors that are there with books.
A lot of crafty stuff.
A lot of crafty things.
And that's one of the things that I've noticed recently at the conventions is you're getting a lot of the laser engraved, laser carved wood objects and stuff now.
Right.
Now, they had celebrities here too. So let's talk about the celebrities for a minute that they had. And I'm not talking about Fezzik there.
Sure.
So who was the highlight performer, highlight celebrity that they had?
So I think probably their top billed person was Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
From the Lost Boys, and
he was a draw though. He had a line.
He had a line. He definitely had a line. Now, we didn't do any of the panels. We were going to do one or two of them,
right?
But we were just kind of tired, and we're like, all right, you know what? I think we're done. So
that seems to be a theme in this episode.
Yeah,
we're just old and tired
we're
now.
Just tired. We needed a nap. So that would have been interesting to see.
The
how
Bob
many people...
Eubanks panel. That would have been awesome.
I think we had missed that because I think that was Saturday. Or the MASH one. I think that was Friday.
Yeah, because they had Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit there.
So that was kind of interesting because, all right, Corey Feldman, yeah, I could see he's done, the convention circuit before. But to see Bob Eubanks and Jamie Farr, and that was just kind of like,
yeah,
okay, that's kind of
not the typical celebrities you'd expect.
Right. And then a lot of the voice actors that unfortunately I don't know who any of them are.
Right. Well, and the one who was supposed to be there that I wanted to see and would have sat through his panel, Sam Witwer, wound up pulling out, unfortunately.
Right. But I also know him as not a voice actor. I know him as an actor.
Well, yeah, he's an actor.
Right. I'm saying, but you know him from the Star Wars game also.
Right.
So that would have been one,
And from
yes.
Clone Wars, he was Darth Maul.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. For people that are very into gaming and anime and things like that, some of
He plays Star Wars, The Old Republic, too, you know.
Okay.
And he's on Twitch, too.
Okay. Are you guys like best buds? Did you
Well,
message
no,
him
if
to find out?
we were, he would have showed up, right? I gotta drop a note and find out what happened.
Like, I hope everything's okay. I missed you.
When are you gonna be in town again,
When
man?
are you gonna be in town? But again, it's one of our favorite locations to go and see conventions at. But as you can see, you know, some of the space is a little sparse. They weren't filled to the max with it, but again, enough of a selection of different things out there.
They definitely overbooked the hall, which they'll probably correct that next time.
Right.
But as far as I know, they're coming back again. So
Yeah, they haven't updated their website with new dates yet.
Right.
So everything is still last year or this past May.
right,
But plenty to see, you know, depending on what your interests are. Again, we didn't see any of the panels, so I don't know how, you know, was space limited, was, you know, how was the sound?
but we did go through the panel room because that's where the restrooms
Right,
were.
that is true. They
Which
were
kind of
setting
felt
up.
that was odd that you would have
Yeah.
done it where the restrooms are.
Yeah, yeah. But of course they had, you know,
Because they were getting set up for karaoke.
right. They were doing, and then I think they were going to be doing like a trivia thing.
Right.
They had a couple of different things. The one that was really interesting, I don't know if we got footage of it. The one, he was a puppeteer for Henson.
I think that was one of the last shots that we had.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was in this section. Oh, yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this was the start of it with his artwork, but then he had various different Muppets that he has worked on.
Not at all creepy, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had all his awards and everything.
So for the people who are watching and not listening, it's worthwhile to tune in and actually see some of the details that we had.
So it was very, you know, it was very well done. We don't normally go to see celebrities, so that's
Right.
never this is gonna.
Especially when the lead draw is Corey Feldman. We're not standing in line for Corey Feldman. I'm sorry. I would have stood in line for Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit because I love MASH.
Right, and they had no line,
had
so
no
you
line,
probably
right.
could have just gone over and, you know, talked to them and said hi, and they
Yeah.
probably would have been ecstatic to.
I was spent by them. We probably
Yeah.
should have did the celebrities first.
We always should do that. Go and
Yeah.
find them and work our way back.
Yeah.
Maybe next one.
So, do we have any conventions coming up in the near future?
I think September. I don't think there's anything in the summer because the last one would have been Fan Expo that we decided not to go to.
Right. We're not going to go to the Burst in Flames Horror Con at Expo Center, the outside one again, or are they not doing that?
they're not doing it. That they only
Okay.
did. They'll be doing Monster Mania. Will be back at Oaks in November.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that one again.
That was a memorable one, the
Yeah.
outside one. If COVID didn't kill you, we will.
That's last weekend in May.
I,
It won't be so hot.
I almost passed out. I'm over on the grass, sitting under this tiny little umbrella, trying not to die.
And at that one, they were actually selling umbrellas at
Right.
least. Where
We
you
had
know,
to buy them fast because they went quick.
Right, that is true. That is true.
So anyway, that was Contropolis Philly. They don't have anything new. We're looking at the website now, actually.
Yeah, they
There-
haven't
there it is
updated
there.
anything yet.
We're not looking at any new information there. So hopefully they come back and, if they do, I'm sure we'll be going.
Sure.
But we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we're going to cry over a couple of shows that have said farewell to us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Welcome back, everyone. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about the different couple of our favorite shows that have wrapped up and had their series finales in the last few months, or since we've actually done a podcast before. So the first would be the long-running original Walking Dead. And if you didn't ever hear about it, you're obviously living under a rock because it's based on the comic book series written by Robert Kirkman. It's the gritty drama that portrays life in the months and years that follow a zombie apocalypse. You have a group of survivors that travel in search for safety and security and are constantly on the move and in search of a secure home. But the pressure each day to stay alive sends them, many of the group into the deepest depths of human cruelty, and they soon discover that the overwhelming fear of the survivors can be more deadly than the zombies walking among them. Since the original came out, there have been now 6 spin-offs from this show. The original, obviously, was the one that lasted the longest with 11 seasons, and kind of rewrote the way zombie shows were done and looked at, really, when you kind of think about it. The popularity really boomed once Walking Dead came around. But they finally wrapped up their season, and we kind of thought, oh, this is the end. And then all of a sudden now you have these other spin-offs where some of the other spin-offs that they've had were totally different characters, were different places. You had the one where it's out in California, one that was also in the South where there were a couple of little tie-ins, but not really. But now after Walking Dead, they have the New York version that just came out. Dead City, which is with Negan and Maggie. But you have the Michonne show with...
Allegedly.
That one's also in the works. And then, of course, you have the one... I can't think.
Fear?
No, with... what's his name? Daryl, the Daryl show that was supposed to be the Daryl and Carol show, but Carol backed out. So you have, so where you kind of thought things were just ending. Nope, we're giving you 3 other shows with characters from your beloved
Daryl and his sister Carol and their other brother Daryl.
Right. So what did you think of the finale? Or the final season?
It was kind of, the final season was just a mess. They were all over the place. And it was largely because of COVID. They didn't really know how to deal with shutting down because a zombie show where you're getting eaten by other people doesn't really work in a pandemic, does it? True. They were very creative in how they went about doing some of the things because you had the little shorts that came out for it that pushed it around. You had season 11A, and then you had season 11B, and then you had the interludes that were the Tales of the Walking Dead in between there.
Right.
You had the ridiculously long episodes, then you had a 4-part series, and then they did the second half. It was so confusing as to where you were with things that it was really like 3 seasons in one for season 11.
Right, because I think they kind of felt like they had gotten gypped out of previous seasons because of COVID coming in and shutting things down, that they felt they had more story to tell, but yet I only read the comics up to a certain point. You did kind of read the anthologies or to kind of know where things were going, and the way the story ended on the show and where it ended in the comics was completely different. There were characters, you said, that
Well, and that was the
survived
problem. So
and-
by the time you got to this point in the comics, this show was completely off the rails.
Mm-hmm.
The main character, well, first of all, like Daryl never even appears.
Right.
So the characters,
Everybody knows that part. Yeah.
right? The characters that wind up at the end of the series are not the characters that are in the comic books.
Mm-hmm.
And the key characters that show up in the comic books are all dead or gone or missing or walkabout or whatever. You know, they're just
Right.
not there.
Right.
So what was interesting was seeing the parallels. So, like for instance, Michonne in the comics turns out to be a lawyer, and she's a judge in this new community.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they had to kind of have somebody there to drive part of that story,
Right.
so they pick a different one. So they
Right.
pick who'd they pick for that?
Nikita. I can't think of what her.
Khrushchev.
You know, I'm horrible with names.
Yeah,
That one.
That one. Yeah, yeah.
The one in the picture right there.
So, right. So, and one of the key things that happens in the comics is the son of the governor, I guess, or whatever her
Right.
he winds up killing, no spoilers here, the comic's been out a while, killing, what's his face, cowboy hat. Big gun, sheriff. What's his name? Help me out here.
Michonne's husband.
Yes, him.
Rick.
Rick, right. So he winds up killing Rick, and that sends that whole story down. So they wind up doing something completely different here.
Okay.
Like not even close to it.
Right.
So it was an interesting take on it, but the comics didn't end,
Right.
which is the weird thing. So you get the penultimate episode of the comics, and everything's, all hell's breaking loose, and it doesn't end. And then the final episode is a time hop
Right.
that tries to sort of tell you where things are 20 years in the future or whatever.
Right. Right.
And it was such a disappointing end to the series. This one here, at least the TV series, kind of tied up all the loose ends by the end.
Right. Right.
But you still have that potential for a 20-year time hop down the line there, that way you might pick things back up again.
Right.
So the contrast between the two is very different. They tried to stick to some of the story, but you just couldn't because of all the changes that happened up until this point.
Right.
It wasn't a MASH ending, and every time I think of like a series finale, I compare every series finale to MASH, right? Because that was like the ultimate ending to the ultimate show.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't that, but it wasn't terrible. I don't know. I don't have any other words to really describe. It was kind of just, oh, okay. That's how it ended. All right. Well, let's move on to the next show now. Because you knew it wasn't over.
Well, and
that was the
that's
worst
kind
part.
of what I was thinking, is that we knew we weren't completely saying goodbye
Right.
to most of these characters because they've already said, "Oh, by the way, we have these 3 shows in."
Right. There were no
production.
tear-jerking goodbyes. There was
Right.
no, we'll never see you again type thing. It was like, oh, okay, guys, I'll see you on the set next week.
Right.
So it was like, it was such an artificial end to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's be honest, 11 seasons, they dragged it out a little too far,
And that's the thing, is there were some seasons that didn't have to,
like season 2. The Terminus season was terrible.
or that didn't have to be so long.
Yeah.
And again, this is before COVID even happened, where there were seasons that were just kind of like,
That one whole season where they were wandering in the wood. The only good thing that came out of that season was look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers.
mm-hmm.
Now, if you get that reference, I commend you for sticking with the show, okay?
And that's the thing, is there were people who had started watching it and got to a certain point and they were just like, you know what?
Well, and I told
I'm
you,
done.
when I binged watched the first 7 seasons,
Right.
had I watched season 2 week to week, I would have walked away from that bored out of my mind. The only thing that kept me with the show is that I had binged the entire season and was able to get it done in a couple
Right.
days.
Right.
So, but anyway, that ended kind of, in preparation
Sorta.
for the new ones to come out. Which
Right.
Dead City is out. We saw first 2 episodes, right?
We only watched the first one
Just
so
the
far.
first one.
But there have been 2. We haven't
Right.
watched the next one.
What's your opinion of the first episode?
I'm interested to see where it goes, but it's kind of oh look, there's more bad people. Oh, okay. Wow, there's more bad people and they're really, really bad and they're stuck on an island in New York. Ooh, let's go. And then you have, like you even brought up, the whole marshals and things that are, trying
Just
to
doesn't
keep
make sense.
law and order, and it's like, well, what organization is there? How did that organization come to be? Because
Well, and how do you invest somebody with authority in a society where you can kill people at will? Like
Right.
there's no laws. The only thing that makes a law enforcement officer valid is people who follow the law.
Right.
And if you don't follow the law, you face the penalties. Well, if nobody follows the law and you're just killing people,
Right.
like clearly they are. I mean,
Right.
you literally have communities that are miles away from each other going to war with each other. The premise of a marshal doesn't make any sense.
Right. Now, I did read some brief thing because I didn't want to know spoilers, but there was somebody that had watched the whole season and basically said you have to give it a couple of episodes to finally get going.
Oh,
and-
it's the Disney philosophy now.
yeah, pretty much.
You need to get 4 episodes into the 7-episode series before it gets interesting.
Right. So we'll see. We'll probably watch it just to
What I think what annoyed me was there was always this curiosity of what could possibly bring Negan and Maggie together
Right.
to go on this adventure to New York City.
right, because
And
you
we
knew
called it months ago what it was, and the fact that we were so spot on for it was
Right.
just so disappointing.
right, but still we don't know why Negan was where he is. They still haven't really, like he kind of hinted, but nothing else. Like no more information
Right.
about what happened.
But that's not what I interests me how he got there.
Mm-hmm.
He got there probably because he got kicked out of 12 other communities because of
true.
who he is.
Yeah, well.
I would expect nothing less.
Mm,
But, the fact that you have Maggie, and the only reason that Maggie went to find Negan was because the guy who runs this new gang in New York happened to be one of his followers.
right.
That is such a weak driver, motivational driver for putting aside the fact that this man bashed your husband's brains out in front of you.
Right.
It makes no sense from a logical standpoint.
Yeah.
You could have literally taken anybody else and been just as effective. So my hopes aren't particularly high for this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's the next big disappointment?
Well, no, it wasn't a disappointment.
That it's over, I mean.
Oh, okay. Would be Star Trek Picard. That happened to be a favorite of ours. It aired for 3 seasons and wrapped up. So the series actually begins in 2399, which is 20 years after Jean-Luc Picard's last appearance in Star Trek Nemesis. And finds that the character is deeply affected by the death of Data in that film, as well as the destruction of the planet Romulus in the film Star Trek. He is retired from Starfleet and is living on his family's vineyard. Picard is drawn into a new adventure when he is, let me move my mouse, visited by a synthetic daughter of Data, one of the several new synthetic beings that seem to be coming out now in that time period. So Picard fights for their right to exist and gives his life to save them. After his consciousness is transferred into a synthetic body for the 2nd season,
Conveniently.
we move to 2401, and now Picard and his companions are living new lives when an old adversary, Q, traps them in an alternate reality, and they must travel back to time to the 21st century to save the future of the galaxy. And then finally, the 3rd season, Picard learns that he has a son who is being hunted by a mysterious enemy, and then he reunites with the former crew of the USS Enterprise to protect his son and face the new invasion of the Borg.
Yep.
Yep, that's what happened.
That's pretty much
That's
it.
pretty much what happened.
No spoilers or anything though, but he has another son. It's not a clone from Nemesis that the Romulans made. And he helped the synths to define the fact that they could exist, kind of like he did with Data when the only thing with the series was they kind of recycled a lot of themes that they had previously.
Right.
There wasn't fresh themes there, but the way that they did it, it was a throw to the fans.
Well, definitely season 3 was definitely a throwback and a love letter to the fans because they knew it was ending. They knew they weren't doing a 4th season, so they knew they kind of had to tie up all of the loose ends. So
Right.
you had where, season 2 and season 1, you had a couple of cameos by a couple of different things. By season 3, it was basically everybody and all these different cameos and people that you weren't even expecting to show up. That we would watch and be like, oh my god, is that? And it was, and so that was kind of neat to have that happen. And then
It was the only problem is there was some of the situations in which these people showed up were completely unbelievable. It's like these people don't have a life. Like they all just sit around waiting for Picard to call them and come do something.
okay, yeah, they're all retired for the most part.
I love
Sure,
the
why
fact.
not?
I love the fact that they had Geordi running the ship museum, and he just conveniently put together the Enterprise that was destroyed in Star Trek Generations. Just conveniently happened to have that in his back pocket, just right when they needed
Because
him.
you never know when you're going to need a ship.
Yeah, it was.
Suspend reality.
I felt like so much of this 3rd season was forced down my throat. I ate it up.
You sure did.
Because I'm a Star Trek fan.
Yep.
I just felt force fed so much of this and was just told to believe it. Yeah, that was really my take on it.
But who was your favorite character in the whole season?
My favorite character?
In the 3rd season?
I don't know. Who was my favorite character?
Who wasn't from the original?
Who wasn't from the original? I don't know. I don't think I really had a favorite.
Wasn't the captain?
Oh yes, the captain of the. What was the ship? Oh yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, we're not going to mention that.
No.
But the captain of the other ship was my favorite, just because he was so dry and sarcastic,
Yes.
and he was a prick, and he admits that he's a prick, which just kind of endears you. And unfortunately, he doesn't make it out of everything as squeaky clean as everyone else does. But yeah, he was definitely the highlight.
He
of
definitely
the series.
added to the highlight of your
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Picard seasons 1 through 3 now available on Paramount Plus.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break, come back. We're running a little bit late here for the good, the bad, and the ugly segment. We'll be right back. I don't have the music queued up, unfortunately, but we'll be right back. So the good, we mentioned it earlier during our trip to Niagara,
Right.
down up to Niagara Falls. The one gem that we found in what was really a sad, rundown resort town that is on at bad luck, really, was a restaurant that we found on the other side of town from the resort we stayed in, called The Bakery.
Yes.
The bakery itself, and I did a review. You can find my review up on Google. If you look it up on Google Maps, we have pictures and everything there. The bakery was the most unique eatery experience that I think we've had in a long time. It was genuine. It was authentic. You walked in there and you felt like you were in your mom's house from the 1950s and 60s.
Yes.
It was decorated beautifully, and the staff was attentive. When you had gotten up at one point in time to take some pictures because of how unique the place was, the chef came over
Right.
and said, "Oh, well, if you're interested in learning more about it," and he took you on a tour of the
Yeah,
place,
he
and
gave
he
me a little
showed you
walkthrough.
the place.
What was interesting, so it was originally a bakery and the baker's house were next to each other. So that's what became this building. And he took me, to the hallway where the restrooms were, and you could see through the architecture, oh, this is where the house was, this is where the bakery was, and they kind of built the two buildings together, and you could see where the front porch had been, where they had built an enclosure, and then the one area had been a dance hall, had been a speakeasy at one point in time. There was a back entrance that you would come in to go and to dance and drink and stuff. So just got all these historic things from it. There was even a picture of the original house, and a picture of the original family was there too. So if you didn't know that it was there, you might not have even known the history of it.
Yeah.
So
it was such a genuine experience, and it was so enjoyable. Chef Joseph was so attentive.
Mm-hmm.
You had gone off to the restaurant at one point in time, and he was talking to Maddie and I, and he was saying, I don't live in town here. I commute in from Buffalo, and he was giving us,
suggestions
things to do
of other
in
things. Yeah.
It was just so.
Mm-hmm.
It really made kind of a lukewarm trip really special to do that, and it was before we went to the Strong, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
So that was the other highlight of the trip itself, was the bakery in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Now for the ugly. So we had talked about this a lot. We had talked about the anticipation of it coming. We had talked about the accommodations and the experience. And we talked about the price. And we said, I'll be shocked. And I have to go back and probably get my quote. I'll be shocked if this lasts 18 months. And of course, we're talking about Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser, which is set for its final voyage in September. Hasn't been open 2 full years now?
Yeah, it's been 18 months, I believe.
18 months. And they're closing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can't convince enough stupid people to pay the kind of money that they want you to pay. And really, it was ridiculous that they were charging the equivalent of a 7-day cruise for 2 nights.
Right.
To basically stay in a prison cell.
Right.
And that's what people who've stayed there described it as. No windows. You're sleeping in bunk beds, like prison-style bunk beds. Your day is regimented. You have to do certain things because of the way that they have their interaction.
Right.
And people just didn't find it enjoyable.
Right. And if you weren't the type of person that enjoyed role-playing or LARPing or anything to that, this wasn't for you, because you're not going to get anything out of it. Now, people that were into that and liked dressing up and liked being interactive, they enjoyed the trip because it was immersive that way. But if you weren't that type of person, you were probably bored out of your mind because there wasn't anything else to do. Or you kind of felt weird hanging around other people that were doing these adventures and things like that. So
I just want to take a moment to tell Disney, I told you so. I took great pleasure in hearing about this, because there was as much as I would have loved to go and experience it, there was no way in hell that I was going to give Disney that kind of money for any kind of experience. I don't care. I'm not giving Disney that much money for something like that for 2 days.
right. Now, if it was a week's vacation with, on an actual cruise ship, yes, I will give you that kind of money.
Right.
For me to actually go someplace and see something and do. But yeah, that was the thing. We were very excited when they were first announcing it, and we said, okay, let's see what it comes out to be, how much it's going to be, how much, okay, where's our price point, what we're willing to spend. And then when the prices came out, it was just,
and then Disney slapped millions of people in the face with the fictitious price that they gave you. And it was just embarrassing.
Right.
I was embarrassed for Disney that they were asking people for that kind of money.
Yeah.
Second ugly thing, and this is one that's near and
Well,
dear.
this is really the bad. This is probably more than ugly.
Oh, right. This is the bad. Sorry, I went out of order.
Yeah,
The
it's
bad.
okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
fine.
okay.
You can fix it in post.
Yeah, I'll fix it in post. I keep saying that. Anyway, we were robbed.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody stole money from us. And the people that stole money from us were the Philly Pops and the Kimmel Center, because we had bought tickets for a Star Wars concert event. And it was canceled at one point in time, allegedly.
It was supposed to be last summer.
Right.
And then due to whatever reasons, they had to postpone it until June of this year. So they said, hold on to your tickets.
They didn't offer any refunds.
Right. You could
Wait a
you could
year.
transfer your ticket to something else, but just hold on to your tickets. Everything will be fine. We'll see you June 2023.
Right. And then what happened?
Oh, it's postponed again, but we don't know when now or where it'll actually even be.
They were very communicative, the Philly Pops were, in telling us about this legal battle that they had with the Kimmel Center. And it was a terrible thing, and they kicked them out, and they're not giving them any concert hall time, and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't give a damn about any of that. All I know is I paid money for a concert that they didn't put on, and I don't care whose fault it is. The concert was scheduled for last week. I want my concert, or I want my money.
Right.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to hear it's postponed. I don't want to hear this guy did this. I don't want to hear that you're crying poor mouth. You took my money. You didn't give me a product. You stole my money. And it was the Philly Pops and it was the Kimmel Center that stole my money. And at this point in time, I'm waiting for the class action lawsuit because I know it's going to come out and I'll get $3 back from it and the lawyers will get the rest of the money. But at least based on principle, someone's going to pay something for this. And neither the Philly Pops, which we've gone to a number of their shows already, nor the Kimmel Center will ever get another dime from me because they stole my money. That's my public service announcement for today.
Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. It's a little hot in here now, so I'm getting a little hot under the collar.
I understand.
So, anyway, that was the afterthoughts I had. Be careful of who you give your money to. Don't trust anybody, etc., etc. Be paranoid like me.
Sure.
And bitter. Be bitter, too.
Be better.
That's the important part.
Nice.
I don't forgive. I don't forget either, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that was all we had for the show today. Before we go, I do want to once again invite folks from our listening and viewing audience. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to our podcast. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. You're looking at me as though I have to say something.
No.
Okay. We're on Google, Stitcher. I would also ask you to take a few moments, give us a review. Give us a thumbs up or a star or whatever your podcast of choice uses for a rating system itself.
High five.
High fives work too.
Fist pump. I don't know.
That works. I don't know of any of them that do fist bumps, but that could be kind of awkward. Also, reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things.
And you can go to our main website that has links to everything that we mentioned, which is www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to that was kind of a sudden intro there.
Sure was.
Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just
Well,
fine.
that's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here. with our
Unintentional.
entertainment. We just haven't had a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be, and we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to
Right.
do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories.
We want to add value.
Right,
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again
Right.
and find some entertainment value
Sure.
from it. So,
And I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind.
Mhm.
It got to the point where we were struggling to find things. to
right.
include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's
Exactly.
once a month,
Exactly.
it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come up with
Probably.
enough things to talk
Probably.
about, especially now that convention
Mhm.
season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to Zolocon. Zolocon.
It's your most favorite convention toy show to go to.
So we
Just so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit
that.
We have a little bit of footage from both of
Mhm.
those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the
Sure.
fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening?
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting it.
And let's be fair. Since they always do the D23 in California, the least they could do is give the East
right,
Coast something.
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else. It's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia. So really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different, behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like Behind the Vault or all these different shows. There's a couple of different ones.
You mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already watched.
The other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them. There was one that you left me out of. I know that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives. Look at stuff that, unless you work for the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it, what did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What did they call it?
The different themed galleries, the different galleries that, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to.
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th.
Okay.
So you have quite a while, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right.
So two other locations.
Two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
out?
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and because that was really their first musical. And so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect. And then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there? And then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones again where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around
We
together.
kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very
Right.
crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks.
Right.
So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that
Right.
stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. You know, that's the eye pop.
Right.
You know?
Right.
But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books.
Right.
These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did, which if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never
Right. And
realized
that
it.
was one that I had missed.
Right.
Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie. And then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that. And that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see because, you know, so many people were going to see. But if you went past it, you would have missed it because, you know, they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan. So that was really cool to see. And really, that hasn't changed much over the years if you know, have gone to the park. You know, recently it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened. And I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them. And they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, you know, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride. But the little model, it's the Doom Buggy. It's, you know, but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom Buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it.
Maddie did catch that.
I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom Buggy, you know. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any like one.
What was the most impressive thing?
What was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think, you know, Walt's name badge, you know, his name tag was probably, from a sentimental, you know.
The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus. Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet long.
Right.
It was monstrous.
Right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been like my
but they didn't, and that was kind of
yeah,
disappointing.
but that's the whole thing is I don't know if
And it's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do.
Right.
He was so involved in doing that.
like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics
Yeah.
and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted
Yeah.
Mansion. So they did have that.
Let's
So
run the video.
Sure.
Kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, walked in.
And it was neatly done because
Uh-huh.
it was when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in
There
it
we
all
go.
the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
Then move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical.
And that was
the
neat that
original.
They had the original scores there. For
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here. Pieces are there.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the...
Right, so they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
Some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again.
Those books again.
Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
Each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of it music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
this
ride
is neat
vehicle.
because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual
Ride,
there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
In a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the